morning.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 8th of May 2023, calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Yes, I don't see the witness and Ms. Asim.
Yeah, ma'am.
Are you all there?
Mr. Sim is there.
Are you all able to see the witness? Because I can't see. Is the witness there?
I can't see the witness, my lady, but I can see you.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Now I can see you.
She is here, my lady. My attorney is just going to see what the problem is, why we can't see her.
Thank you, Mr. Hodes.
Morning, my lady.
Yes, can you see her? Can anyone see the witness? Because I still can't see her.
I can see her now, my lady.
She's visible. She was visible. Now she's not.
My lady, can I then exit maybe and come back?
No, you are fine. I can see you now. I'm happy. Yes. All right. Ms. Mahlangu, you are reminded that you're still under oath.
Thank you, my lady.
Ms. Asim.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you, my lady. Good morning, Ms. Mahlangu.
Good morning, Council.
As I recall from your testimony last week, you said that you believed that the NGOs provided good quality services. Isn't that so?
Yes, Council.
And you said that you were not informed by the officials in the department of the risks of transferring users to the NGOs.
Yes, I was not informed. Let me start again. If you see the different presentations from the department's officials, they will identify risk. They'll also indicate what they're going to do with those risks. That is my knowledge of whatever the problems would have been. They would have indicated that they will resolve those issues.
So they would have indicated to you what the risks were.
The risks I'm aware of are those that are reflected in the respective presentations, and those they will say, these are the risks and this is what we're going to do about those.
We'll come to those. Can we start with a letter that is addressed to you by Professor Leslie Robertson, and it's at page 35164, and it's dated 23 June 2015. Do you see it?
May Council repeat the pages? The page numbers.
35164.
Where is Sasha? Are you assisting us, Sasha?
I am there, Council.
Okay, so
yes, I'm also there. That's fine. Continue.
Ms. Mahlangu, you see that this letter is addressed to you.
Yes, I see that, Council.
Do you recall this letter?
No, I don't recall it. As you'd see, I think in the previous correspondence that the letter would have been addressed to me, but via Dr. Manamela. So I'm not sure exactly which one of these that were sent to me directly and my office dealt with, and which one was sent to Dr. Manamela requesting a meeting.
let's just take it. If you look at this letter, it says from Leslie Robertson to you, right?
Yes,
You see that?
Councillor, I see
And
that.
it's, right, and it's copied to other officials, and it says, "Dear Ms. Mahlangu," and then it says there's a letter that is attached in which they have concerns about the transfer. Right? You see that?
Yes, I'm seeing that.
And then the letter that is attached is, I don't think it actually follows immediately on case lines, but there is a copy on page 18312. Are you there?
Yes, Councillor, I'm there.
And this is the letter that Professor Robertson was referring to, June 2015, and it's again addressed to you.
Yes, I see that, Councillor.
Right. The key sort of message.
I think there's just a second. There's an echo from your side. I don't know.
I think
what
it's
are
the
we
same
supposed-
problem.
The same thing. Yes, perhaps if she can mute herself, I'm going to mute myself.
My lady, you're muted, so I can't hear you.
I think she's muted. I wanted her to mute herself. Thank you.
She's muted herself. Thank you, my lady. So, Ms. Mahlangu, this letter, if you look at it, it's quite detailed. And if you look, if you would like time to read it, you're welcome to take time to read it. Otherwise, I'll just go to specific aspects, whichever you prefer.
You can go to the specific aspect, my lady.
Okay, thanks. So if you see the second paragraph of the letter.
I'm sorry to interject. I think it's always fair, as we did with other witnesses. I mean, you can't remember everything, Ms. Mahlangu. Perhaps we should take just a 5. We can just leave you, even if we don't take a break, but let us give you the opportunity to look at the letter. I don't know.
Thank you, my. I will
10, 15 minutes. Just indicate to us if you are done.
Thank you.
Today, you know, I've got this a spiritual guy. His name is King.
Miss Bogo.
Ms. Mahlangu, can I take you to paragraph 2 of this letter?
Yes, Councillor.
And you'll see that what the psychiatrists are saying is the following. They say, primarily, we are worried that the reduction of beds at Life Esidimeni will have unintended, costly, negative consequences.
Yes, I see that, Councillor.
And then they refer to the National Mental Health Policy Framework document, where a concern was expressed in that document that deinstitutionalization has progressed at a rapid rate without the development of community care, community-based services. Now, at this point in time, in June 2015, this wasn't about the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract. It was about a 20% reduction of beds. Isn't that so?
Yes, my lady. I see in the letter, my lady.
Yes. So it was just in relation to the 20% reduction, and they raised all of these concerns. On the next page.
Yes, my lady, through you, if I may, my lady.
I'm listening.
If you look at the email or the letter is written to MEC for Health.
Mm.
And the people who are copied on this email, and this is consistent with what I've been saying since I went to the arbitration. The first person is Mr. Pagati, who was a director for mental health services and substance abuse at the National Department of Health. The second reflected there is Dr. Banisi Libano, who was the HOD for the Department of Health in Gauteng. The third person there is Chief Director, Dr. Matamisa, who was responsible for the hospital services, any provincial hospitals and district tertiary hospitals and below. The following person is Mrs. Lerutla. Mrs. Lerutla's responsibility was, I don't know what she does now. She was responsible for the entire primary healthcare services in the province, which included district hospitals, which included community healthcare centers, which included clinics, and all the work that was delivered from through the NGOs in the respective work that the Department of Health is doing. And then the last person is specifically Dr. Manemela, the director for mental health services in the province. And I think that is important. The other officials are for the Department of Justice, and I won't comment on that. I want to confine myself to the people with authority, skills, and expertise who were copied in this email. Thank you, Councillor.
Did you read the letter when it was sent to you, Ms. Mahlangu?
Just a second. I didn't get the question. I want to mute myself here.
Did you read the letter when it was sent to you in June 2015?
My lady, I do not remember reading the letter. As I said, inconsistent with all the questions asked to me previously, that correspondence coming to my office via email or in any form, they'll get to my office, and my PA will direct those questions to the relevant relevant people in the department so that they can come back to me with information of how would we respond to those issues. As it is correctly stated, Dr. Banamela and the HOD and all other senior officials in the departments relevant to the subject were CC'd in that. And I think that is my answer, Councillor.
So you didn't reply?
Personally, I didn't reply because my PA would have sent the letter when it arrived in whatever form to the HOD, who was also copied in the letter himself.
So when you are sent letters from, in this case, from the South African Society of Psychiatrists, many of whom are employed by the department, your view is it's not your responsibility to reply to the letter, your PA will handle it.
My PA will handle it in the following regard, and it's no secret, my lady, and this matter has been dealt with by this court from we started. I am not a medical professional. I never prophesied to be one. My skills and expertise are in a different form. I'm a political head. When I get a question or an issue that is outside of my expertise, I had to rely on people who were knowledgeable, trained, and they were implementers of the program. When I get a letter about mental health or about HIV and AIDS, ordinarily those I'll refer them to people who were on the ground, who were responsible in the administering of the government policy in terms of execution.
Okay, so did you follow up with your officials then to ask them what their response is to these concerns?
I am not sure, Councillor. As I said to you, I'm not sure whether I saw the letter at the time or not, but I'm in line with the answers I've given before. At the arbitration now, those letters that came to my office, I would have referred them to I referred them to the HOD through my office, because I was never in the office all the time. Whenever I was in the office, I'll be in meetings and all of that, in keeping with my political responsibility.
Yes, no, we've got that. Okay, so you didn't read it, your PA deals with it. They're very serious concerns, however, that are raised.
Just before you proceed, I'm going to request Ms. Mahlangu to always mute herself, because the questions are not going to be audible on record. Thank you.
You've now read the letter. You agree that these are quite serious concerns that are being raised. Would you agree?
Yes, Council, I've read the letter. Yes, the concerns are genuine.
And they're serious.
Yes, Council.
Okay, so let's turn to the next letter to you. I understand your response already that you don't reply. So you don't need to repeat that, but I do want to take you to this letter. And that's at page 35169. And it's dated 30 October 2015. And again, it's from Leslie Robertson. And it's sent to you.
Sorry, can I please, I'm trying to get the page, thank you.
Sasha has directed to the page. Just click on yes.
I have found the page, my lady.
Okay, so sorry, this is an email from Leslie Robertson to you. And yes, there are others who are copied so that they have sight of this, but it is addressed to you. And it's dated 30 October 2015. And you see it says there's an attached request from SASOP. And she says, I hope you will be able to accommodate it and thank you for your time. Right? And then if you go to page, if you just scroll down, that letter is attached, 35170.
Yes, I'm there, Council.
Yeah, it is, and it says it brings your attention again to the letter of June 2015 and the concern that now things are worse because there's been a notice announced of the termination of the contract with Life Esidimeni, and they say in paragraph 2, as outlined in our previous letter of June 2015, we are deeply concerned that community mental health services have not been sufficiently developed to accommodate these MHCUs. And it ends the letter with the last sentence, we therefore request an appointment with the MEC for Health in order to discuss this matter further. Did you reply to this?
My lady, as I indicated previously, my response to any correspondence that was outside of my expertise, I refer those correspondence to the relevant people who are qualified and very suitable to respond to such. And also to say that in the subsequent discussion with the project team, I was assured that Gauteng was already developing, had already about 10,000 community mental health users in the different community programs in Gauteng. So I think that that is my answer to the question, my lady.
So the answer is no.
Well, just before you proceed, we get your evidence. I'm going to request you not to repeat what you have already said. If the answer is asked, did you reply? Did you read the letter because it was addressed to you? You just say, no, I've already explained, full stop. We've got all those details on record, Ms. Matlangu. Unless if you want to bring in something new. I hope I'm clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, so so the request to meet with you was you never met with them.
I do not remember meeting with SASOP, and I wish to explain further, my lady, through you. I was the MEC for Health, responsible for the entire public health system in Gauteng, and that point is very relevant that at any given point in time, my day will be packed with a lot of other things, that all of them were agent at any given point in time. Yes, I don't remember meeting with SASOP prior relating to these issues that they were raising.
Yes. Then on, if I can take you to the next letter, which was also addressed to you. and that is 26 November 2015. And it's on page 18101. Let me know when you're there. And let me know if you'd like a couple of minutes to read through the letter. You're muted.
My apology, my lady, I forgot to unmute. With your permission, my lady, may I be afforded an opportunity to read the letter?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. We may proceed.
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Mahlangu, this is a letter dated 26 November 2015, and it is addressed to you, and it is from the South African Depression and Anxiety Group. I'm not going to go through all of the detail, you've read it. So you can see the number of questions and concerns that were raised in the letter. And there's quite a few. And there was a request for answers to these questions. And I take it you did not respond to them, correct?
If I'm not mistaken, this is the letter, this is the time where there was an email exchange between me and Dr. Libete and Dr. Manamela and the HOD about the meeting, when the meeting was supposed to happen, the meeting gets cancelled, back and forth. I think, yeah, I remember something about this meeting that my office was trying to schedule, and the HOD and the Dr. Manamela's diary and my diary. And yeah, I remember something about this meeting. But I didn't attend the meeting subsequently because I was not available when finally everyone else was available.
So the letter was sent, amongst others, by email. And if you look at page 31638.
Page
31638.
Okay.
At the bottom of the page, you'll see it's from Cassie Chambers, and it's addressed to you and Dr. Manamela. It attaches the correspondence that you've just read, and it says, we look forward to your response by 30 November. And if you scroll up, your response to this email and the letter is as follows. Hi, doctors, HOD Lebete Manamela. Please get out legal team, I think you mean our legal team, to get involved in this process. HOD and Dr. Lebete, you have to drive this process to provide leadership. These NGOs are dishonest. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Please treat this urgent. You see that?
Yes, yes, Councillor.
So your response to this was not to take the concerns that were raised by SADC seriously, but to say we must fight the organization because they are dishonest. Right?
That is incorrect. The interpretation is incorrect, my lady.
Did you remember sending this email?
Yes, I remember it.
Can we get from her as to what is the correct interpretation of the letter, if she may assist us?
My lady, there was a request for the meeting, and I think, if I remember now, there was a sitting in the legislature. There were sittings in the legislature to consider annual reports of the departments. And this meeting, it will be agreed that this time and there'll be changes, agreed this time and there's changes. And that's why I said to Dr. Maname, to Dr. Libete, can you, as the most senior people in that department, provide leadership? Because the back and forth, I cannot, like, at the slightest provocation, change my schedule, because some of it did not depend on me. And that's one of the reasons why I would have said this thing. But there were a couple of things, my lady, that would have happened during this time. And I'm not sure whether my lawyers provided some of this information that I would have shared with the court in my previous interaction, that there was a lot of things happening here. Families were discouraged from working with the Department of Health. Families were coached to say, this is what you must do and all of that. And I don't remember exactly what was the timing of all of these things, because in the end, I said to the HOD, you have to provide leadership, engage with the families directly, because if people are being coached to relate this way to the department, yet they have the independent right of talking and having a relationship with the department. There's nothing wrong with the department talking to the families direct, rather than engaging with them via the NGOs. That is the context of what was happening around that time, because there were a lot of things happening, lots and lots and lots. Thank you.
Okay, so if I understand what you're saying, your interpretation of the email is that this NGO in particular was being dishonest and was coaching the families by raising all of these questions which were not legitimate.
I am saying, in this particular meeting context per se, I was saying the HOD and Dr. Libete must provide leadership and be at the forefront of making sure that this meeting happened and the issues are addressed. Subsequent to that, there were issues relating to coaching of the families, and those things are in the records of this court.
We can come to that. You haven't said any about that in your evidence in chief, but we can get to it at the right point. I'm talking about this point in time, not subsequent to this. At this point in time, this was your email to your officials. Get our legal team involved.
Yes, my lady, I've answered to indicate that I asked the HOD to work with that, to provide leadership, as well as Dr. Libete, so that they can be in a position to make sure that whatever the meeting takes place and the issues are discussed in the meeting, because there was a lot of to and fro's, and as a result, I was not able to attend those meetings as I initially intended to attend it.
And that the team must get involved. So,
before she responds, I didn't get the question because she was not muted.
I'm just confirming that because the witness spoke about, again, repeating that she told the officials to provide leadership, etc., etc. But she also told the officials to get the legal team involved. And I'm just confirming that with the witness. It's there for the record.
The department has a legal team, and when people are raising issues relating to contractual matters, the legal team has to be involved, and it was led by senior people. So I'm not sure it is incorrect for any political leader to say that if there's issues relating to legalities of any matter we're dealing with, which is one of the, this was relating to a contractual issue that was being discussed and disputed by the NGO, being questioned by the NGO. That is my context of asking the HOD to provide leadership and to work with the NGOs and bring Dr. Lebete on board.
Ms. Mahlangu, you've read the letter. We gave you some time to read it. You would have seen that the letter raises not contractual issues, but concerns about how the mental health care users were going to be transferred, where they would be transferred to, what communication there was going to be with the families, etc., etc. That was what was raised in the letter.
Ansel, I am with you. And I'm further saying, I'm moving a step further to say the issues being raised in the letter, in addition to that, this matter relates to a contractual matter that would have been, the department would have taken a decision to cancel the contract.
And as a political head, you didn't see it as your responsibility to respond to civil society that was raising the concern?
I tried to be available for this meeting, Council, but when the changes were being made at short notice, I couldn't, because as I said, during that time, I had obligations in the legislature, which I couldn't be away from in tabling the department's annual report on participating in other requirements. Thank you. I never ran away from any meeting.
Yeah, you had already, the decision was already made by them that the termination was going to happen, and that was the end of the story. So there was no going back. Isn't that so?
Yes, the decision was made, Council, in 2014 already.
Well, no, we dispute that it was made in 2014, but we covered that on Friday. So you did report to Parliament on the 30th of November 2015 to the legislature, and that's at page 52409. It's one of the documents you provided to the inquest, was part of your 600 pages. So it's 52409. My lady, are you there?
Did you find the page, Ms. Mahlangu?
Yes, my lady, I found the page.
Yes, continue.
So you've told us that you couldn't have the meeting as much as you wanted to have a meeting with civil society. Your PA, yeah, you chose to respond directly, not through your PA. Isn't that so?
Council, I'm lost.
Sorry, before we go to the parliamentary question, just the last thing on the letter I just put to you, you responded directly.
My PA responded by saying the MEC will be available at this time. And then after that, then there was back and forth. I couldn't attend the meeting.
So did the PA also respond to the October request for a meeting with you to say that you would be available at whatever time?
I don't remember that, Council. I cannot remember that, Council.
So here we are on the 30th of November 2015 at the provincial legislature. If you just turn over the page, I mean, you know, there were a number of things to be discussed. I mean, it appears to me the main point of this discussion in the legislature was the health annual report. But if you look at the next page to some of the questions and the concerns. So 52410, the second last paragraph, it says, now the department has got a new target that measures mental health admissions that has made a colossal mistake in cancelling the contract with Life Healthcare Esidimeni for about 2,000 psychiatric patients. And then the next paragraph, there was a excellent long-running partnership. The MEC claims that there are sufficient spaces with the existing hospitals and with NGOs. I have spoken to NGOs. They deny they have enough spaces, nor do they have the necessary specialist staff. You cannot just take them without proper training and facilities. And I also do not see how the necessary renovations and extra staff at existing state facilities will be available by end of March next year. That is when the contract comes to an end. And yet all these patients are going to be discharged by Life Healthcare. These were the concerns that were raised at the meeting to which you responded. And if we look at your response on page 52413, the response that is directed to the Life Esidimeni concern, 52413, your response is as follows in the second last paragraph. Let me lastly end with the Life Esidimeni. We are not married to any service provider, Member Bloom. And the point we have made in public, which I want to repeat in this house, is that we are not going to throw any patient away. If people have shares at Life, it is not our problem. If people have got personal interest in Life Esidimeni or in the Life Health Group, it is not our problem. What we are saving is 300 million rand that we are spending at Life. Yet we can treat the patients in other facilities differently with the same level of care without necessarily spending that amount of money because we no longer have the money. If we have the 300 million to pay for these patients, great. Let us go ahead and continue with the contract, but we do not have the money. So what you are saying to the legislature is there is no money and that there is space in the NGOs and they will get, the users will get the same level of care, right?
Yes, my lady, this is consistent with what I've been told, what I've been briefed, and the assurances that have been made to me on numerous occasions when I met with the team.
Yes, but by now you have received letters of concern, including this last letter from SADAG. In your view, the concerns were not real. You were able to say to the legislature that the same quality of care would be provided to the users at NGOs. Correct?
Yes, that's correct, my lady, based on the information given to me by the officials of the department who were working under me.
You would have heard Dr. Manamela's testimony. You were, since you would have followed these proceedings, that there were only 116 beds available at NGOs at the time of the termination of the contract. Do you recall her saying that?
I also recall Dr. Manamela saying in meetings, presentation after presentation to me, that they had enough beds in the NGO. As it was also born out of the experience that she was leading prior my arrival to the Department of Health, where they had at least 10,000 mental health care users in respective NGOs in the province. This was not new to them and her in particular.
Okay, so you were misled.
I've always said that, and I stand by that.
And you never queried any of these concerns that were raised by the psychiatrists or SADAG. You didn't query that with your officials.
My lady, if I may say that, and I think it's important for the purposes of emphasis, that I was a political head of the Department of Health. My expertise lied in economics and finance, and I worked with a plethora and lots of people who were expertise and authority in their field of operation. I had to rely on them at every turn. Even when I went to the legislature, I'll invite the CEOs of hospitals to be present in the gallery so that when questions and issues are raised pertaining to our respective health facilities, I'll be able to give a first-hand response to the legislature. My answer is yes, I relied on everybody who was working under me on every subject that was relating to the healthcare services, which was far broader than the life Esidimeni mental health care users.
That's fine. So that was 30 November. Then on 9 December 2015, having not received any satisfactory response or response at all in your case, the SADAG, who wrote that letter to you in November, the South African Federation for Mental Health and an association of the families briefed Section 27 to get involved in order to try to extract something from the department. And you'll see that on page 18082. And it's a letter to you dated 9 December 2015.
Can I get the page number, please?
It's 18082, my lady. So it's a long letter in which there's a record of what had happened and what meetings had taken place, the contradictions in information that had been presented, etc., etc. But what it actually is intended to do, if you go down to page 18086, is to propose a way forward, given this back and forth, as you put it. And as this letter puts it, given the threats to the rights of users currently accommodated at the Esidimeni facilities. And what is proposed to you is in paragraph 16. And the first point is that our clients and the department make a joint approach to court for the appointment of one or more curators ad litem to report on the user profiles, the healthcare needs of the users at the Esidimeni facilities, and whether these needs will be met through the department's proposed plan. And so on. So the main point was, let's have a curator appointed to look after the interests of the mental health care users. Isn't that so?
I think the HOD would have seen in respective correspondence would have dealt with these matters with Dr. Libet and Dr. Manamel. I was not involved in this. I note the issues that are being raised in the letter.
But you would have received this letter.
I am not sure, Council.
Your PA would have dealt with it.
I'm sure she would have, and also again, inconsistent with what I've been saying, she would have resend it, because the HODs copied and Dr. Manamela would have asked them as a matter of emphasis to deal with the issues.
My lady, there's a hand.
Court pleases, my lady. I think you're still muted, but I beg your pardon, Advocate Hassim. I didn't hear the witness's answer where she started in respect of Dr. Libete. If the witness can be requested just to repeat the reference to Dr. Libete, please.
I think that I said that Dr. Libete and I would have asked the HOD and Dr. Libete and the HOD would have dealt with this matter during this time relating to this issue that have been raised there.
Ms. Mahlangu, so I just want to get this right. So even though this is a legal letter, your PA would have sent it onwards to the department. It wouldn't have been something that you'd concern yourself with.
No, Councillor. She would have sent it to the right people and also to the head of legal. And the head of legal and the HOD, they will deal with the matter given the agency that was attached to that. So the person who would be able to answer these would be the officials who were dealing with the matter. Yeah.
And you say you gave no instructions then in relation to this?
Councillor, I did not.
And you already agreed correctly that these are vulnerable patients who need special care. And one of the reasons for that is because they are unable to assert their own rights. Isn't that so?
Yes, Councillor, that is correct.
So having a curator appointed to look after their interests would have been a reasonable solution. Isn't that so?
In hindsight, I think so. I think so, Councillor.
So after this letter on 9 December, we have a response from the attorneys for the department and for you, and that's at page 18542. Are you there?
Yes, Councillor, I am there.
And it's Pretoria Madlanga Incorporated attorneys. Are you aware of that firm?
Yes, Councillor, I am.
Did you use them for the purposes of litigation against the department?
The department used them and other legal firms. So I think in this instance, it was this legal firm.
You had never used them as an NEC in any portfolio?
I think the government has what you call your transfer contracts. One department can use services of companies that are in another on a database of another department. I think they would have done some work in the Department of Infrastructure, if I'm not mistaken, and other departments provincially and nationally. But I would not have further details to that because I was not their agent.
Yes. So you don't have. You're saying you don't have first-hand knowledge of having worked with Pretoria Madlanga Incorporated prior to this.
Council, my answer is that I think they were doing some work. There was a matter that they represented. They went with me to some matter that related to things that happened in the Department of Health in 2010, in 2009-10 at the time. So they went with me to together with the state attorney to the what was the matter for? I can't remember though. But yeah, they would have been involved in other matters of the department in other departments, provincial and nationally. So I wouldn't be aware of the details of all of that.
Okay. So this letter says, if you start at paragraph 1, we refer to your 9 December letter. We've looked at that 9 December letter already. And it says, and confirm that we represent the Department of Health. And in brackets, it says MEC Esidimeni Mahlangu, Dr. Barney Celebano, and Dr. Mkhabo Manamela in this matter. So your attorneys are on record saying that they represent you, amongst others, in this matter. Correct?
Yes, my lady, may I please explain? As this question has risen before, even in the arbitration about the MEC being the first respondent or the MEC being cited on the matter, this is just a statutory requirement. It doesn't necessarily mean that I would have briefed the person to say, go and represent me. They represent the office that the MEC occupied, not because I briefed them to say, go ahead and do this. It's a statutory requirement for them to have done that. I think Advocate Ngutjana would have explained this, I can't remember exactly which file, or in the case line it's there. He would have explained this, why the MEC would be cited as a first respondent and all of that when this question arose in the arbitration.
Yes. But you're saying you didn't give any instruction. Again, now you're aware that there's litigation. You are cited. It would have been served on you. But you gave no instruction as to how to handle the litigation. Is that so?
Yes, my lady. Again, I wish to repeat through, my lady. When the MEC is cited, it does not mean that the MEC has briefed or has given instruction, as would have been the cases of the sheriff or of any other matter that the Department of Health was taken to on daily basis. The MEC would always, name will be there, but it doesn't mean that he or she would have sat down and say, go ahead and do this and do that. Even on the litigation relating to medical legal, there will always be an MEC cited as a first respondent, because you are I think the Advocate Ngutjana would have explained this eloquently in the arbitration record when this matter was consistently and persistently raised.
Yes, we hear all that. The question is, you still maintain that you didn't give instructions. Is it a yes or a no, full stop?
Yes, I did not, my lady. But I'm giving a context, therefore, why the...
That context, yes, we have noted it. We just wanted the response. Thank you. I think it's now 11:15. Perhaps it's an opportune time for us to take the tea adjournment. The witness is warned. The court will take a tea adjournment and will resume at 11:30. Thank you.
May it please the court.
May it please the court, my lady.
Mahlangu, you are reminded that you're still under oath. You may proceed, Ms. Asim.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Mahlangu, we were talking about the December 2015 litigation prior to the litigation, the request to have a joint approach to the court to appoint a curator to look after the interests of the mental health care users. And you said that you gave no instructions regarding that litigation. If I can ask you to have a look at page 2, 7778. Let me know when you're there. Are you there?
Yes, yes, Councillor, I'm there.
This is from the arbitration. It's a transcript of Dr. Celebano's testimony before the arbitration. And it's a discussion regarding the 2015 litigation. And just immediately prior to this page, Dr. Celebano talks about a Mr. Mlambo who brought this to the department's attention, etc. Is Mr. Mlambo the legal advisor in the department?
Yes, he was our head of legal, the chief director responsible for legal services.
Yeah. So this is the course of my questioning of Dr. Celebano, and he responds to my questions about the litigation. He says this is the important part. It's at the top of 2778. If I recall, there were discussions. The MEC called a meeting and sat all of us, Mlambo, all the chief directors, and I think also the CEOs. Yeah, I would just like to think off cuff. I think also the CEOs of the 3 psychiatric hospitals, some of the doctors from those institutions. I think we sat in that meeting and a decision was taken. And then I asked, a decision was taken to defend, and he says to defend, yeah, I'm thinking off cuff. And what was the reason? And then he goes on to try to explain. So what is your comment on Dr. Celebano saying that you called a meeting to discuss the litigation and to take a decision?
I recall calling a meeting with senior management relating to the project at once, but it had nothing to do with the cancellation of the contract.
Sorry, I didn't understand. You recall?
At the meetings, the several meetings I've had with senior managers, but now I don't remember sitting in a meeting discussing cancellation, defending a matter with the HOD.
You don't remember sitting in a meeting discussing this particular litigation?
I don't. I remember sitting in meetings with him, with all these other people he's mentioning, but I don't remember us discussing any legal matter in that regard, particularly even on this issue.
Okay.
But perhaps she must be appraised because the issue relates to the appointment of a curator, not about the termination. If maybe you can rephrase the question to assist her, because she's talking termination, you are talking a different thing. I don't know how she's understanding the question.
Ms. Mahlangu, so what Dr. Celebano is saying is after receiving the founding papers, the application in this December 2015, this urgent litigation, he says that you called a meeting with Mlambo and him and several others in which a decision was taken to defend the appointment, defend that application, to oppose it. The one that was seeking the appointment of a curator. Do you follow me?
No, I disagree, Councillor. I was never involved in this matter.
So please correct me.
To my recollection, I don't remember any of this. I remember very vividly having meetings. The people mentioned from the respective psychiatric hospital, it had to do with the reports that are being given frequently on what was happening with the project. I don't remember us discussing the curatorship or any of that and going to court and all of that. I don't.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. So, as I said, I mean, you said you're a political head and you have no involvement, but you met with your officials frequently to discuss progress on this project.
That would have been a practice, my lady, because as the MEC for Health, I needed to understand all what was happening throughout the department. I met with them to give me feedback on the opening of the Natal State Hospital and the movement of patients. Then I met with them. They were briefing me on the Alex clinic to be converted to CHCs. I met with them on a plethora of issues that were under the ambit of the Department of Health as frequently as I was available. This was not uncharacteristic.
Language is the question. You met with the officials to discuss the implementation of this project, the Life Esidimeni transfer of users, isn't that so?
They met with me to give me progress report on the implementation.
Yes. Thank you. One of those meetings took place on 26 January.
Please mute yourself for Mr. Mahlangu.
One of them took place on 26 January 2016, and it's on page 20687, the minutes of that meeting. Let me know when you're there so I can proceed.
No, I'm there, Councillor. I'm just trying to get it to be reflected in a landscape because it is skewed a bit. So
if you click on view at the top, there's home, find, view. If you click on view and then you click rotate right, it will rotate.
Okay, I'm there, Councillor.
Thank you. So it's headed Life Esidimeni Termination Project Meeting between MEC managers and clinicians. Date is 26 January 2016. It's in the boardroom of the MEC at 3 o'clock, and you are the chairperson of the meeting. Do you recall this meeting?
Yes, I recall the meeting.
So the team took you through a number of issues relating to the implementation of the project. And interestingly, one of the first items that's recorded in these minutes is that emphasis was made that termination is a done deal. No going back with the departmental decision to terminate the contract between the department and Life Esidimeni. Now, if the termination is a done deal, as it's reported here, does it mean that if there are problems that emerge during the implementation, you have to proceed with it nonetheless, because there's no turning back, there's no changing the decision regarding the cancellation? Is that what it means?
No, Council, that's not what it means. And may I explain through you, my lady? These minutes, I saw them for the first time in the arbitration. There were never minutes in any of the meetings otherwise, because those were implementation meetings. People arrive, present, discuss the action plan, we agree, and they leave and go back to the areas of operation and do government work. So these minutes, I'm seeing them for the first time. I saw them for the first time at the arbitration. So I cannot comment on the authors of the meeting. Why would they've written the minutes in the style that they have written them? So I really don't have any comments on any section of these minutes. There was a discussion in the meeting about the extension, and I would have made the point that government has taken a decision to terminate the life. Esidimeni has been given the letter of termination through the HOD, and then the implementation must go ahead. So anything else, when people decide to couch the meeting minutes in the way they did, I have no comments on the meeting in any section of these minutes, the way they are crafted. I don't.
So, but you do agree that you would have said that the decision's been taken, you must go ahead with implementation, right?
Of course, government took a decision, and we were party to that decision.
Yes.
And the officials must go ahead and execute.
Let's go ahead regardless of the risks.
I never said such.
I'm asking you now.
I never said such, my lady.
So
I'm having difficulties. I'm going to remind Ms. Mahlangu to always mute herself if she's not talking to the court, because this disrupts. We can't hear. You're not going to be audible on record, Ms. Assim. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie.
You may proceed.
Ms. Mahlangu, my question to you is, if risks were presented to you during these implementation meetings, you would not have said we must nevertheless continue to implement, isn't that so?
My lady, through you, the risks that were presented in any of the meeting I was part of, the officials have said, this is a risk and this is what we're going to do to mitigate the risk. And that is a template on all other programs of government, be it in the Executive Council memo, be it in the departmental programs and all of that. Those risks must be identified and the officials must say what they are going to do about it. So those would have been said and respective to the respective meetings. And if we need to go to presentation by presentation that was presented to me, not the minutes. We can then probably ascertain as to what was said, what was then said was going to be done based on those risks. And that's my comment, my lady.
So any risks that were presented to you, as long as the department said, we will take the following actions, you were satisfied with that?
Of course, yes, of course, my lady, I would have been satisfied. Here's a risk, and you're going to, as an example, you're driving here, there's a huge portfolio, car might be falling into that. In order to avoid that, take this route. If people say that, yes, of course, I trust them. These people have expertise in a respective line of studies that they've done, and they've been in the department for a long time. So I had no reason at any given time to doubt their expertise and knowledge and the information that they shared with me.
Yes, Mr. Mahlangu, I know you keep saying that you didn't have the expertise, they had the expertise, but some things don't require expertise because it's obvious that some things can and can't be done within a particular period of time. So let me take you to one such example in these minutes. If you go to the next page, scroll down on these minutes, the next page where it's about a presentation by Mr. Mosanoki, and then in the middle column, so the last column are the people who are responsible for taking the action. And then in the middle column, like the 7th row down, it says licensing of both old and new NGOs must be done by 5 February 2016. You see that?
Yes, my lady, I see that.
And this is 26 January, this meeting.
Yes, my lady.
You were of the view that it was possible to license these NGOs within a week.
Again, my lady, I have no responsibility. No, Council. May I please through you, my lady? I am not an operational person. I do not know how long it takes for the NGO application. These things were shared only in these court proceedings. No one ever said MEC is going to take 2 years to do a license. So the information given to me, as it is said by them, that the NGOs will be licensed by the 5th of February, is their information that they shared with me. I have no doubt at any given point in time what they were saying to me was effectually not being done. Again, my lady, the last point is that I was informed throughout this process that Gauteng Department of Health already had 10,000 mental health care users in NGOs. So that on itself must account for something. Thank you.
So because the communities had 10,000, you could put more in. That's your argument. The fact that there were 10,000 mental health care users already in the communities meant they could just take any number. Is that what you're saying?
That's incorrect, my lady. You are interpreting me incorrectly. What I'm saying that they had experience in working with the NGOs, giving them all and ensuring that all the requirements of the law are done. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what I'm articulating now to the court, my lady. That they would have done everything possible in compliance with the law and legislation as they had experience in the other work that they've done with the 10,000 people who are already in NGOs.
And did you ask the officials in this meeting any questions about their ability to meet these targets and how it would be done? Did you ask them any questions, or did you just listen and say fine?
I would ask questions when things I didn't understand, where things did not make sense. Those I would ask. But where things were clear to me that these people know what they're talking about, I would not have any doubt or suspicion that things were not being truthful.
So you would have asked them then, because by now you've already received, many letters from civil society, from the psychiatrist, the December litigation stuff, all of that. You would have. You've seen all of that, so you know that there are these concerns about the capacity in the NGOs. You would have asked for clarity on that from your team in these meetings.
My lady, through you, and I wish to repeat this point again. I was the MEC for Health in Gauteng, and the Life Esidimeni project was one program that was part and parcel of the bigger scheme of things. And I would not keep tab of each and everything and the question I asked in a meeting, the question I didn't ask. I had plethora of meetings on a daily basis, on weekly basis. I wish I can recreate my diary so that I can share with the court of how I operated. But at any given point in time, I relied on the officials of the department with the information provided to me. When I ask questions, it will be for clarity or for reassurance, but I cannot remember now what questions I asked then. It's been 6 years. We're running into 7 now. It's impossible for virtually anybody to remember each and everything that I would have said or asked in those meetings.
Okay, so you've had meetings to monitor the implementation of this. You relied on your officials, and you relied on them because they knew better than you, right?
That's correct.
And if there was a concern that was raised, then you allowed the team to determine how to resolve the problem.
Council, the reason why, through you, my lady, I beg your indulgence. The reason why I chose to, when I took public office in the 12 years I was in government, I chose to give ordinary citizens my number, or my work number then. It was to enable people to give me a different opinion contrary to what is given by the official. For instance, if someone says to me, no, MEC, these people are telling me lies, and they call me the SMS even or whatever else, I would have known about some of those things. And that's why I said again, when someone calls me on a Sunday, they're sitting at a clinic or they are at the maternity ward in this hospital or that CHC, I would have responded to these issues by asking the HOD and the senior manager concerned, please go there and deal with these issues and give me feedback. And if you don't come back to me, it means the problem was resolved. And that's a modus operandi I had adopted in every portfolio that I've been to. And I beg your indulgence, my lady, that when I am given information, these people are expertise. There's 67,000 of them that are working under me. It is virtually impossible for me to remember each and everything that was said or that were the questions I asked in those meetings. And that is really my answer to all of this.
Okay, so despite your very heavy political responsibilities, you were able to take calls from members of the public and respond.
You are muted. If you can just repeat your response.
My apology, my lady. I forgot that I'm muted. Yes, my lady. At any given point in time, whenever citizens called, I was able to respond to their calls and ask or directed the person to the relevant official CEOs or the senior manager in the department.
Thank you. But when the psychiatrists and others wrote letters to you, you say you could not respond to that. That was your PA would manage it.
There was more than one way of responding to issues, my lady. So the SMS, the calls, or asking office to deal with things. All of them were part and parcel of how I responded to the issues whenever they were raised with me.
And so, okay, now that was 26 January. On 16 February 2016, you accepted a memo from a family march to your office. And the concern was about the capacity of the NGOs. Do you recall that?
Yes, my lady, I do recall.
And just for the record, my lady, that memorandum is on page 31173. So you received the memorandum. You've already testified that you received it. I assume it means that you read it and you see the concerns that they have. And this is from the families, not from so-called dishonest NGOs. And what did you do in response to that? Did you engage directly then with the members of the public here?
My engagement with this memorandum, that's why I fetched the memorandum, my lady. I was there to receive the memorandum. I read the memorandum and I asked the HOD and Dr. Manamela to respond. And their response to that letter, point by point, is also in the records of the court.
And so do you know what their response was then?
I don't know it verbatim, my lady, it's here, but they responded to the issues that were as raised here. Yeah.
The response was we're going to continue, right? You knew that.
Okay, can you go to the response, my lady, then point by point, if cancel, that's what she wants me to do so that I can respond properly.
We can go to the response. It's on page 31178. You see it?
Yes, my lady.
So it's a long response. It talks about the background and things that were done and what, you were present at a meeting at Waverley where you met the families, you specifically, and that the purpose of that was to allay any of their anxieties, and that they should continue to form their own family committee and raise issues. If you want to read it, you can read it. It then talks about the defense of the termination as being the cost, to the deinstitutionalization, as we all know now what that involved, and the AG concerns, right?
Yes, Councillor.
And it says the department will continue to meet with stakeholders to ensure a smooth process, right?
Yes, Councillor.
Okay. And did you follow up after this with Dr. Silabano to ask him whether the concerns by the family was addressed?
I do not remember exactly what happened beyond this point.
So that was 16 February. If we can go to, this is important because the time frame is important. The letter from Mr. Mosenogi to you. And that's at page 30205. And it's 12 February, so before the march on your offices. 12 February 2016. And this is, we've seen this letter several times now in this inquest. It's addressed to you. It's by Mr. Mosenogi, and he raises a number of concerns. If you look at the email, and he says from the meeting, they had meetings as a project team, your team, and my personal assessment as a program manager, Honourable MEC, I propose that the department seriously consider an extension of the contract to about 6 months at minimum to a year maximally. This will assist us to do better work in regards to beefing up our own facilities to cater for such vulnerable patients and to ensure that the NGOs are trained and also adjust to handling a variety of specialized patients and are also well prepared for such venture. Right? Do you agree with that? You've seen this before.
I'm following you, my lady.
Okay. And then attached to the email is the letter. There's an email and then there's a formal letter to you, also dated 12 February. And again, you've read it before. It's raising the concerns, and ultimately he says, if you see at the bottom of the page, the impact of the policy decision, if effected in the current form, will ultimately result in the following. Firstly, in the relapse of the most vulnerable patients as we move them from one place to another, especially into the terrain of NGOs, due to the numbers involved in such a short space of time. Secondly, the process will impact negatively to the relatives, as it's going to cause huge shifts in the overall way of life to accommodate new conditions. Third, the health workers will be affected. I'm not going to read it, the whole detail, it's there. Finally, academic programs are affected. So he then says, we therefore, as senior managers tasked to implement the policy decision, propose an alternative implementation as follows. And then he makes the proposal to extend the process by at least a financial year, number one. Number two, begin a negotiation to take over Life Esidimeni through procurement of the one centre for children in Baneng and either Waverley or Randfontein complex. as a center for adults. And then 3, over the course of the year, commencing March 2016, a smooth, deliberate process is undertaken to depopulate the one center that is not procured, basically. And then it says, it concludes, we respectfully request the MEC to consider the above proposal. It's been discussed and shared amongst ourselves. And he says who it's been shared with. So when you received this, you say there was a meeting then that followed to discuss this request for an extension, correct?
My lady, through you, I think Council should start with the letter study, email starts. It's MEC, my apology for writing. I think that context is important.
Why? What is the context you want to explain?
My lady, the email says, MEC, my apologies for writing to you directly, especially as you are still resting at home. I pray that you get well soon and be back at work. That is the context. I was hospitalized the day before, the week before that. During this week, I was still at home. I didn't even attend the EXCO, the Executive Council's Lekgotla that set on that week. So that context is very important. When my PA receives this email, as she was going through my email, as it was a tradition, she then sends it to the HOD to look at it and action it in the time when I was not able to look into it.
So what is your answer? That you didn't read the letter?
Did not read the letter at the time because my PA opens my email and direct the letter to Mr. Musin, to the HOD. As it is said here, Council, the first line, MEC, I believe, I wish you well as you are busy still at home resting because I was hospitalized the week before.
Right. So you didn't read the letter because you were hospitalized, but you would have read it by the 16th of February, correct?
I don't know exactly when I read the letter in the end, but the HOD would have been informed about the letter immediately when it was received and directed to him.
I can see the witness from my side. Oh, she's back. Thank you, Melissa.
My apology, Council. We had load shedding, I think. I don't know if it was starting or going, but one of the two.
Yes. So, Ms. Mahlangu, you don't need to talk about what the HOD did or didn't do or what anything. All I'm asking is about what you did. So I just want to know that because you received the memorandum from the families on the 16th of February. So you were back at work and well enough to do so. And I'm asking if you, as a result, would have been, given that these are very closely related, they're the same issues, you would have read Mr. Mosonoku's letter by the 16th of February. That's all I'm asking you.
All I'm saying, Council, with any correspondence that came to my office on any matter, and I want to emphasize this point, because the Department of Health, I dealt with a lot of issues on a daily basis, and if an issue requires me to be guided by the HOD on how to respond to the issues, the matter is referred to the HOD. If it requires the CEO of a central hospital to be sent to the CEO of the central hospital, that is my answer.
Okay. That's fine. You have testified already here that you had a meeting then with Mr. Mosonoku and all the officials to discuss the issues that are raised in this letter. Isn't that so?
Some of the issues that was discussed in the meeting where I was present was the issues of the academic platforms, and I think that issue arose with the students who were doing their practicals or training at the Life Esidimeni at Waverley, to be exact. That issue arose, and the issue of the extension arose. I can't remember what other issues. And on the extension, the meeting.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interject here. Ms. Mahlangu, we need to follow your evidence. Please listen to the question. You'll give us the details when they are required. The question is, did you attend that meeting, isn't it, where you discuss the issues? Then it's a yes or no. Then you can deal with the other things. Mr. Sibara,
Yes, my lady, I wanted to raise that point, my lady, because the witness, she's going on an extreme explanation of something which is quite irrelevant to the question.
I think I've left you for quite some time now. Please listen to the question, right? And answer what you are being asked. When the cross-examiner, whether be it Ms. Hasim and the other counsel that will be cross-examining you, if they want a yes or no, please just answer yes or no. I don't think that is difficult. We've got your evidence on record. Thank you. Otherwise, we are not going to follow your evidence.
As the court pleases. So, Ms. Mahlangu, you had a meeting with Mr. Mosonogi and the other officials to discuss the concerns that were the reason for the request for the extension. Is that right?
My lady, the meeting was a normal project update meeting that I had with the officials.
Yes or
So
no? Sorry. Yes or no?
Yes, I had meetings with the officials, my lady.
No, sorry, Ms. Mahlangu, that was not the question. The question is whether you met with Mr. Mosonogi and the other officials who are part of the project team in order to discuss the reasons for their request for an extension.
My lady, through you, and with utmost humility, there was no specific meeting requested to discuss the concerns. I had a meeting with the team to brief me on the operational issues that they were dealing with. So I cannot answer counsel to say yes or no, because she's asking me whether I attended the meeting specifically to discuss the concerns. That's not how I understood the meetings to have been scheduled.
I can't understand you. Did you meet with the officials to discuss this request for the extension? Did you?
I met with the project team frequently.
Ms. Mahlangu, was there at any stage where there were meetings or in any meeting where these issues were raised? Whether it was a meeting for the implementation of the project, but these issues that counsel is referring to, were they ever raised at a meeting where you were present? Yes or no, please?
My lady, that's what I said. I said yes. I met with the project team frequently.
Okay.
The answer is a yes. Can we proceed?
Yes, yes, my lady. So the request was ultimately for 1 financial year extension for the reasons we've already gone through. And you say that you settled on 3-month extension. Why would you not agree, given that this, as you said, this is your team, they're the experts, they know better about the implementation. If they request that amount of time, why would you not agree, acquiesce in that request?
In the deliberations of the meeting, it was reflected that the 3 months will be sufficient. And through you, my lady, there is evidence of Mr. Mosonogi on record in this court that he didn't ask for further beyond that additional 3 months because he was assured by the mental health team that the timing was going to be enough for them to complete the project.
I'm sorry, if I may interject. The way I understood that evidence was that a longer period than 3 months was requested. And after they were given the 3 months, he never asked for a further extension. So the question, if I understood it, I understand it from Ms. Hasim, is why didn't you at that stage agree to a longer period as requested? Am I correct, Ms. Hasim?
I'm indebted to your ladyship, you're correct.
My lady, in one of the questions asked during this,
continue.
I tried to explain there is some of the discussions in the meeting, as I remember. that Dr. Manamela mentioned something and I was told I must not mention things on hearsays. So I don't know how to answer honestly because I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a politician, and when I say things that officials would have told me in the meeting, I'm told all of those things are second-hand information. None of the things I'm saying here are my first-hand information. Everything I'm saying here, I was informed and told by the officials I relied on, including the fact that when the 3 months was granted, the discussion, the issue was the quality of care at life is deteriorating. And Advocate Verbergen says, I must not say that because that's second-hand information. Those are some of the things I remember that were said in the meeting, why we could not grant an additional more than 3 months extension in those discussions.
Okay, so you took the decision to grant a 3-month.
Yeah, just a second. I think there is a hand by Mr. Sibara. Just bear with me before you say anything, Mr. Sibara. It's raining outside. I want to close the windows. Just bear with me.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you.
I've noted you, Miss RB, and I don't know why you are raising a hand because I see the councillor here. But can I go first to Mr. Sibara?
Thank you, my lady. I'm struggling to get the answer from the witness. I need assistance a bit, my lady. Is the witness saying the letter of Mr. Musinohi dated 12 February 2016 was discussed during the project team meetings so that we can get proper instructions from our client, because we are still going to cross-examine her? I just want to get that clarity. Was it, as she testified, she seemed to come up with an answer that this letter, the extension, was discussed during the project team meetings. Thank you, my lady.
Can you deal with that, Ms. Asim? And I see there are also 2 hands. I don't know whether we should first deal with this and then we'll come to that point, but I don't want you to forget that point. Perhaps you should deal with it right away. I saw there was another hand by Mr. Martin. Yes, but let's deal with this first.
My understanding, my lady, after several questions and after the court clarified the question, the answer to what Mr. Sibara is asking is yes, that the letter, the concerns in the letter were discussed in a meeting dealing with the extension. That's how I understood it. And obviously they were discussed because a decision was taken to extend the project.
I see she's nodding her head. Miss Mahlangu?
My lady, the meeting of the February, the meeting that is reflected on as indicated by council, was a normal project meeting. It was not a specific meeting convened to discuss the concerns. And that's the point I'd like to emphasize.
I'm not sure we're going to get much further. I don't know if that addresses Mr. Sibara's question.
My senior, I think the judge is frozen. It's raining very hard here in Pretoria now.
Ms. Madonsela, are you present? Are you able to contact the judge?
I'll just check with the judge.
Thank you.
The judge is
I
trying to
see.
reconnect.
No, I'm in. I see there were numerous hands. I think it was a hand by it should be an attorney for Miss Mahlangu. Then I see there's a hand by Mr. Lawrence, and I think Mr. Martin was first. Perhaps he should go first, and then Mr.
I was first.
Lawrence will.
I was first, my lady. I was first.
Were you first? Oh,
yes,
okay.
My lady, Miss
That's fine.
RB and I were together.
Can the witness just excuse us?
Thank you. My lady, Miss RB and I are together. My hand wouldn't reflect, so then I asked her to put her hand up on my behalf. So we're together. It's one and the same. My lady, there are two issues. Firstly, the reason I put my hand up was Ms. Hassan put to the witness that she took the decision to extend the time period for 3 months. That was contrary to everything that she had testified. She's told this inquest several times now that there was a deliberation, and as a result of the deliberation, the experts came back to her and told her that that was the time. That's the answer to that question has been answered. It's incorrect to then say, so you took a decision to extend for 3 months, because that's incorrect. In relation to Mr. Sibara, the witnesses answered several times that there was no specific meeting to discuss the concerns in that letter. There were meetings held, and some of those concerns were addressed in those meetings. She said that several times, and the record will reflect that, my lady.
Come again with regard to the second one.
The witness was asked several times whether the meetings discussed the issues raised in that letter, the issues that were raised, and she's answered several times that there were meetings held, and some of those concerns were addressed. She can't remember that all were, and there's no specific meeting.
Some. Yes.
Yes, and there was no specific meeting to discuss those issues. It was done in the
yes, that has been said.
Thank you, my lady. So the answer has been provided to both. Mr. Sabara's question and Ms. Hassan's last question is incorrect. The witness never said she took the decision to extend by 3 months. It's incorrect to put to her, so you took the decision to extend the contract for 3 months. So object to that question, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Can I hear Mr. Martin?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, what I wanted to mention is more a matter of procedure. I'm not sure that the witnesses' answers are quite as clear as is being suggested, so I do understand Mr. Sabara wanting more clarity, but I don't think it's proper for him at this stage to intervene and ask for Ms. Hassan to repeat her question in a certain way or to try and get clarity for him. I also want to intervene at times and ask for further clarity, but my submission is we have our opportunity later on to cross-examine both myself and Mr. Sabara, and perhaps we should just hold back. It might be unfair on Ms. Hassan for us to interfere with her train of thought by intervening to try and ask her to ask questions in a different way. And I'm not sure it's fair on the witness to be ganged up on by more than one cross-examiner at a time. That's all
I don't. Thank you, but I don't think that was the aim. He just needed clarity. In fact, the witness was not. Come again?
I don't think it was his aim. I'm not suggesting that he did anything out of malice. I just don't think that that's the way it should be done. I think he must reserve his questions for clarity for his own cross-examination.
Okay. Mr. Sibara, I thought we were closing the issue. Do you want to say something?
Thank you, Madam. I sincerely apologize to Advocate Hasim if I interrupted her line of cross-examination. The purpose was not to question her cross-examination. I wanted clarity, whether I got the answer clearly from the witness. I cannot wait for the cross-examination to end because I must take instructions from a client. That was the purpose of clarification of the answer from the witness, not necessarily to question Advocate Hasim's style of cross-examination. I don't want to interfere with cross-examination. I'm not cross-examining a witness. I wanted clarity. And it's done in normal proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. Sibara. I think I've dealt with that. Thank you. Ms. Hasim, I'm going to ask you to either to respond to what Mr. Hodes has submitted before court, and then we carry on.
Thank you, my lady. I heard my learned friend, Mr. Hodes, about the decision.
The issue of the extension of the contract with regard to the decision taken, and the second part, it's with regard to the second one related to.
It was I thought that related to Mr. Sibara's question.
Yes, correct, yes.
So it's for me to deal with the...
I think we can carry on. That has been cleared. We know what the answers are. Yes, unless if you want to respond to that so that he can reply, but...
I'll rephrase my question about the decision to extend.
Okay.
I've heard my learned friend, yes.
And with regard to the second issue that Mr. Sibara raised, what I understood from the witness, well, it does not specifically say that specific letter was discussed, but the fact of the matter is that the concerns in the letter were discussed. We understand that her evidence does not specifically say that there was a meeting to discuss the issues per se. What she said was that they held several meetings for the implementation of the project or regarding progress in regard to the implementation of the progress, right? But some of the issues were discussed. Before you say something, I see Ms. Seboku sent.
My lady, I beg your pardon, and I apologize to take you back. I've heard the feedback from my learned seniors, both Mr. Hodes and Mr. Martins, in respect of this very issue that you are dealing with. However, also for my own notes taking, I think I understood the question, the answer given by the witness to Mr. Sibara's clarificatory question differently. The question from Mr. Sibara was, as I have recorded it, was the letter of 12 February 2016 discussed during the project team meeting? And the witness says it was a normal project meeting, not intended to discuss any specific concerns. So how I understood is, whereas they had a meeting, that meeting was not specific for any issue, but it was a normal project team meeting.
Just to avoid all this, perhaps this issue can be dealt with by, as Mr. Martin has indicated, when you cross-examine the witness. I understand the concerns raised by Mr. Sibara, unless if Ms. Hasim can rephrase the question so that it can be clearer, and then we hear what the witness will say. If it's not cleared, I think you'll have to deal with it when you cross-examine the witness herself. Thank you.
My lady, I'm
as a court please, my lady.
Sorry.
I'm just avoiding that we get the same answer throughout the proceedings, which is not clearer. But perhaps maybe when you rephrase it, we may get a better answer. Thank you.
My lady, I'd prefer not to traverse that question again. I think that the way in which the court described the answer was correct, and I'm satisfied with that answer, and I prefer to move on.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Can we please call the witness back? Over to you, Ms. Asim.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Mahlangu, I asked you a question earlier about the decision and suggested that you took the decision. What I actually would like to ask you, you have said that it was a joint decision to extend the project by 3 months, right?
Councillor, I said it was our decision to extend the project by 3 months. And I initially also said that the decision to terminate the contract was a collective decision from the PBC meeting.
Okay, I'm talking
Can we
about
please, just a second, can we please not confuse what led to her being excused? I think Ms. Hasim now would like to deal with the issue of the decision to extend the contract, the termination of the contract. We have evidence already on record regarding who took the decision for the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract. Now we're talking about the extension of 3 months. Can you please answer that, Ms. Mahlangu?
We took the decision after in the project meeting, present myself, HOD, and all other managers were present there.
And the project team, led by Mr. Mosanoki, would not have been able to make that decision on their own. They needed you in order to get the extension. Isn't that so? That's why he wrote to you asking for your indulgence.
They needed to come to me and the HOD to do that.
Yes.
For the extension.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, so let's move on. Then in August of that year, so the project continued. It was extended by 3 months, so everyone had to be out by the 30th of June, and all the users were moved out by the 30th of June, and there was a critical period between May and June that where most of the users were moved. Do you agree with that?
They were moved, Council. I wouldn't know the exact specific things as to who was moved when, which day, but they were moved between April and June.
Between April and June. Thank you. So after that was completed, there was a report that was then provided to you on 5 August 2016, a so-called closeout report. Is that right?
That's correct, Council.
So the report is at page 20809. No, wait, sorry. Yes. Yes, that's the first page.
Page what, Council?
20809. But the part that I would like to ask you about is on starts at page 20856. And this relates to the monitoring of the project. And you'll see a table that starts on that page, which says highlights or success stories, and then lowlights, stroke challenges, and then actions, stroke recommendations. You've got that?
Yes, Councillor, I have it.
So the middle column on lowlights and challenges runs all the way to page 20858. And you're aware of these lowlights because you did testify to it in the arbitration, didn't you?
Yes, I was made aware of it in this report in August 2016.
And they're quite a number. And I'm not going to read through all of them because you read through all of them. It includes such issues, just for the sake of providing some examples, issues like, as it begins, users were not grouped according to their individual needs, no assistive devices, no food menu, most of the food in storage is expired. They had medication, but there was no progress recording for each patient. Cleanliness a problem, ARVs a problem. They did not have enough food, again, it's repeated. The referral to clinics. The referral form should be revised to ensure external facilities provide feedback when a patient is sent to them. So that related to the relationship between the NGOs and the primary healthcare centres, and so on and so on. Each patient to be provided with a toothbrush, face cloth, so on and so on. So you knew about this on the 5th of August. Did you report any of this to Parliament when the questions were being put to you, to the provincial legislature?
Through you, my lady, when a document is presented as in this, and I think it was presented in the form of a slide presentation, not in this format, when they will say these were the challenges, stroke low lights, and they'll also say what they have done about those things. When they were talking to me, they would have said these were the challenges, but we have done something about those and have resolved those kind of issues. I did not report to the legislature because the issues as reflected that there were issues identified and they've responded to them, or they were putting systems in place. I did not see any need for me to go to the legislature because I was given assurance that those issues were dealt with.
Okay, let's just take it one step at a time. This report proposes actions, or it may... my lady, you're muted.
Just a second, please. Yes, proceed.
Ms. Mahlangu, the report was presenting to you challenges and proposing actions and recommendations to resolve the challenges, right? Correct?
Yes, Councillor.
And so, and these were serious concerns that were being presented to you. You'd agree with that?
But through you, my lady, the report, as I said, what was presented to me was a slide format. I just don't have it with me, and I don't know whether it exists. In the slide format, they would have said, MEC, there were challenges, we resolved them. As for an example, if I take one bullet here, I think it's page 20857, where they say under action, Vescopis Hospital will accommodate the center staff whenever they have training and or workshops. So that is something that was an action that they were doing. With regards to food, when I was made aware of food and any other problem that was made aware through the media, those I acted on. When I was made aware that NGOs were not being paid, those I acted on by making sure that the relevant officials in the department resolve those issues. So I do not know reports to the legislature. Most of them are legislated in terms of the PFMA, the SNAP debates. I've also stated those in my first day on the 2nd of May. Reports like this to the legislature, the legislature will say to me, but you've already dealt with the issues. Why are you bringing a report on the issues you've dealt with? I can only go to the legislature where I see that, first of all, before I go to the legislature, I'll have to go to the Premier. I said, Premier, there's a problem. These officials are not delivering, and this is the action I've taken. I'm keeping you informed. So there was nothing of the sort that suggested to me that the action identified in terms of challenges, there was no action corresponding to that. All of them said they were doing something about, or something would have been done about those. And where I thought it was necessary for me to mobilize resources, calling out the public, those I would have done whenever I was informed.
Ms. Mahlangu, the question is, what I asked you was, you'd agree that these are very serious concerns, right?
They are serious concerns. However, there was action relating to those things that were taken.
Let me take bit by bit. So there are very serious concerns. You agree with that. You say that the department advised you on the actions that would be taken to resolve the problem. So, did you follow up with the project and the department officials to inquire whether all of these lowlights were resolved?
I am not sure, Council, as to whether I did specifically go back to look at those issues. Again, my responsibilities span wider than the Life Esidimeni or the mental health care unit in the department.
And if you were asked a question about this in the provincial legislature, you would have answered it about these particular challenges.
All the questions I answered in the legislature would have been responded to by the team who was dealing with the issues on a daily basis. Whatever answer they would have given me, I would have provided to the legislature.
But you can't recall whether you'd followed up with them, right?
No, I can't. It's been 6 years. We're going into 7 years.
Yes, Ms. Mahlangu, I understand it has been a long time, but the issues here are not normal departmental projects. And the arbitration also covered some of this, and I was hoping that you would have read the transcript in advance, but that's fine. I'm going to move on.
I read the transcript, and again, I wish to emphasize the point that these things happened 7 years ago, and I think it's impossible for everybody to expect me to remember each and everything that happened or actions I took or I didn't take in that regard.
I know, but you do remember that the officials were responsible for implementation and that they resolved the challenges. You do remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So I'm going to move off from the August 2016. We come to September 2016, and this was the time when you had to report to the provincial legislature regarding deaths that had occurred. Isn't that so?
That is correct. That is correct, my lady.
So, and you were aware of the deaths before you went to respond in the provincial legislature, right?
The death I was aware of, it was the one death that we already spoken about, which I asked the HOD about, and after he clarified me, there was no further any action or conversation about that till I got to the legislature or on the eve of me answering the question in the legislature.
Which was the one death that Dr. Silibano spoke about?
No, there's a death you spoke about, Council. I think it should have been mentioned. I can't remember exactly. And I said that there was a discussion between me and Dr. Silibano about a death that was spoken about. And I asked him, he says the death was a natural death. And yeah, I think when my council was taking me through, we talked about this matter earlier.
Okay. But you're saying you only became aware, other than that conversation, that you only became aware of the deaths on the eve of answering questions in Parliament?
Later in Gauteng, yes, on the 13th.
And then, but you did know, let me take you there, 31641.
31641.
It's 1st September 2016 and is a letter to you. It's marked urgent, and it's from Section 27, the attorneys for SADAG, the South African Mental Health Federation, and SASO. You see the letter?
It's
31641.
Thank you. I see that, Councillor.
Okay, and this concerns the deaths at Precious Angels. And specifically deals in the beginning regarding the death of Ms. Virginia Makpela. And then it says that there are reports of at least 6 other deaths at Precious Angels. It describes the circumstances of the move of Ms. Makpela, and then it describes the visit by the family to the funeral parlor, where the owner, it seems, of the funeral parlor indicated that there were many bodies from Precious Angels in the funeral home. There were 6 other bodies, she said. So this was written to you on the 1st of September 2016. Did you respond to this letter?
I don't remember, Councillor.
But you read the letter?
I don't remember exactly whether I read the letter or not, but yeah, the contents of the letter I noted.
At the time? You noted it at the time?
Council, I can't remember exactly how I dealt with the letter, or whether I received it or I read it, and if I did, and how I dealt with it. But I remember my discussion with an HOD about a one death, which I asked him about, and he said, and I've already testified to this matter, I think on the 2nd or the 3rd, that I asked him, I hear there's a person who's died. He said, MEC, there's in the Department of Health, people die on a daily basis. However, if someone has died not on natural causes, we are obliged to investigate that and establish the causes of death. And that's what, and I left it the matter there. As to the, and I also remember having a meeting with MEC for safety, discussing or requesting her through the police, through her, to help us to make sure that we get case numbers of some people who had died. I don't know exactly the time period in this instance, but I was with Dr. Libeta, if I'm not mistaken, in that meeting, and can't remember, but that was with other officials. I think I seem to remember Dr. Libeta was present.
I mean, the thing about natural deaths, what this letter said to you is we know of at least 7 deaths at one facility. And that's quite a large number. And there was, in fact, a request for an inquest at that time. That would have been alarming to you, right?
Yes, my lady. That's why, as I'm saying, my lady, through you, there was a discussion or a meeting I had with the MEC for safety. I don't remember exactly which time period and date. It was to do with the discussing and asking the police to help us get case numbers, and based on those case numbers, the forensic pathology services team will then investigate those bodies. That, I think, would have been my course of action, and I was with Dr. Libeta in that meeting. I just don't remember the time, whether it was in response to this letter or it was in response to something else.
Okay. So you don't recall whether you respond. I mean, it's fine. You don't recall the detail of what you did. You just know that this at some point you had these discussions. That's fine. Let me just yeah. So you report to the legislature on 13 September. I can just locate. My apologies, my lady. I'm just trying to locate my records. Okay, so it's, if you go to page 18995. You see that says Tuesday, 13 September 2016.
Yes, I am there, my lady.
Thank you. I'm just trying to find the specific reference on this. This is where you reported that there were 36 deaths, correct?
Yes, my lady.
Just finding that specific page. Right, so it was a question from Mr. Bloom. It's at page 19007. You there?
I am there, Kansas.
You see the question from Mr. Bloom. Do you wish to read it?
The top page of 199. Oh no, sorry.
19007.
It says, this is why I'm saying I share your sentiments. That's what is at the right page.
Yes, but that was about a different topic. But that is the right page. If you scroll down, you go to the next question. The speaker says the next question will be Honorable Bloom. And then the question.
Yes, I am there, my lady.
Okay. So you respond to the question in what follows. And I don't know if you wish to read it, but the essence of the response is that things were not great at Life Esidimeni, that the transfer was problematic, and that that there were some complaints, and where there were complaints, you addressed it, and you say, yes, indeed, 36 patients have died in the period, and the families have been engaged. We are working with all NGOs, and I will continue to meet with them frequently. And there was somewhere where, yes, majority of them do not even have families, and the department is working to give them a dignified funeral. So that was now 13 September 2016. Did you then follow up with the families after 13 September? Did you follow up with anyone regarding these deaths?
Or beyond this point, my lady, we then engaged with the ombuds, as we have seen with the transcript, my engagement with the health ombudsperson from the 14th in the morning, 24 hours after I answered the question, to try and investigate and get to the bottom of this. Whenever we received a request for help from families, that was provided for not by me personally, but by asking the officials of the department to engage with those.
So you say at that point you handed it over to the ombud, and it was out of your hands.
I did not say that it was out of my hands, that I wanted to make sure that the ombuds get all the information, collaboration from the department officials, so that we can get to the bottom of this by supporting the investigation, which I had started.
So that was to support the investigation by the ombud and to cooperate. But while he was in the process of conducting an investigation, you could have taken steps to intervene where necessary, isn't that so? You didn't have to wait for the report.
We went to the different NGOs, Madam, my lady. The visit to different NGOs resulted in either the NGOs being closed and the mental health care users be taken to some facilities, or the staff and the support that was necessary in whatever institution those would have been provided for. There was action taken after that process.
Okay, by you, not by the ombud.
By myself, and if I may, through you, my lady, I don't know whether this is a relevant time to mention this, that when the ombud started, there would have been a lot of confusion about NGOs and hospitals and what was the difference with this and that. So we spent a lot of time trying to clarify. For instance, there was an impression that CCRC was an NGO, and it was just started during this process. Yet CCRC is a hospital that has been functioning, probably I think was established in the 70s. What was relevant at the CCRC then was the two NGOs that were operating from there. Those kind of things needed further clarification and engagement and all of that, and all other issues that were making sure that we do things right. And
sorry, I've got to interrupt you because I do want to conclude my cross-examination at some point soon. So I don't need the extra information, just the answers to my questions. So health ombud, but you said, yes, you also did things while the ombud was investigating, right? So if we go to page 52401, this is 29 November 2016. It was, again, a meeting with a report to the provincial legislature. And if you go to page 52402, the response to the question had to do with the NGOs and, again, Life Esidimeni and all of that. So your colleagues in the provincial legislature were pressing you on this for some time over the months. And your response is as follows. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for the question. As I have indicated before, the matters relating to the transfer of patients from Life Esidimeni is a subject matter before the Health Ombudsman, and in this regard, I would request the House to allow the process to be concluded, and on the basis of, after the report has been concluded, we will be in a position to provide a full report to the House. And then Mr. Bloom, a little lower down, says, Madam Speaker, may I just add in terms of Rule 138 sub 7, this is now the 5th time that the Honourable MEC has not responded to something, and something that is not altogether the subject matter of the Health Ombudsman report. And then he says he asked you a similar question and that you didn't answer and you're hiding behind the report. Your response to that right at the end is, thanks, Chair, I am not a Sangoma and I have not been trained in that, and I would like to appeal again to this House, wait for the processes of the Ombud to complete his report. My question to you is, why did you not report to the provincial legislature when these questions were being raised about what you were doing outside of the ombudsperson's investigation process?
My lady, through you, once we started with the ombudsperson's report, the ombuds investigation, we thought it was important to allow the process, every information to be channeled to the ombuds so that there must be thorough investigation, rather than me giving piecemeal information. The ombuds investigation decide I'm saying something. Everything as related to this project in particular, I channel all of that information to the ombuds so that there can be a thorough investigation. And the members of the legislature at the time wanted me to comment on what was going on with the investigation and the status of the NGOs. And I felt that it was incorrect to have multiple forums of dealing with the same issues, rather than to allow and give the ombudsperson the space and the scope to deal with the investigation and complete.
But isn't your duty first and foremost to answer questions in Parliament?
It is my duty, indeed. But I must also respect the due process that we put in place. In this regard, the Ombuds had started the investigation and we needed to allow him the scope and the space to do that work.
But this was rather urgent because there were many people who died by this time, isn't that so?
My lady, the Ombuds was investigating the circumstances, the causes, and all that related to the project. Again, it was incorrect to have had multiple of areas to raise and discuss these issues, so that but instead allow the ombudsperson to deal with the investigation thoroughly without being interfered with by the politician.
Okay, my last question to you, Ms. Mahlangu, is about the decision making. You said that when the extension was granted, the team had to come to you, had to approach you for that extension. Given your role in overseeing this process and your meetings with the project team and the information that was being fed back to you about concerns, can you answer whether you could have stopped the termination, if you could have, on your own accord, stopped or stalled the removal of the users from Esidimeni to NGOs? Was that in your power?
I would know it was not in my power. I would have gone back to the Premier's Budget Committee to say there were problems and the project, the work we envisaged to be done was not possible. Can we therefore allow the contract to be extended further longer than this? But the information of that sort, the assurance given to me by officials did not warrant me to go back to the subcommittee of the Executive Council to request for more time.
You say you would have to go back to the Premier's Budget Council, but doesn't the Premier's Budget Council deal with issues of costs and budget? They don't deal with implementation of health services.
But keeping the contract enforced for longer than the period envisaged would have necessitated the budget, would have had budget implications.
So So you didn't go to the PBC because, well, first of all, you say you had to go to the PBC. That's the only way you could have done it. So are you saying that in your role as the MEC, if you see that there are serious problems with the delivery of health services that are impacting on the rights and life of patients in the custody of the state, you do not have the power to stop that?
Council, if I may, through you, my lady, budgetary decisions of any magnitude in the province were always under the purview of the Treasury and the political committee, which was led by the Premier being the budget committee. And at any given point in time, if I had to do things that had budgetary implications to the province, I would have gone back to the executive, to the budget committee, and say such things. As MEC, you've got power to the extent to do certain things, but you don't have absolute power to do all the things without consulting the Executive Council and its subcommittees.
Thank you, Ms. Mhlangu. My lady, I see that it's just past 1 o'clock, and I think I'm done. May I have just a 30-second indulgence to confer with my team to see if there is anything I've left out? Thank you, my lady.
It's about 1:05. Can we leave that until we resume at 2 o'clock so that we shouldn't be taking more time? Yes, you can verify, and then when we come back, we would know as to whether you have finished your cross-examination or not, and whether you are closing. The witness is warned. I think this is the opportune time for us to take the lunch adjournment. We're taking the lunch adjournment and we'll resume at 2:05. Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
Possible pleases.
Reminder that she's still under oath. Can we find out if you still have some questions or you have decided to close your cross-examination?
My lady, I just have one last question for clarity. Ms. Mahlangu, just to be clear, your position in this inquest is that as MEC for Health, you hold no personal responsibility for any of the 141 deaths of the patients that were under the care of the department.
Yes, that is correct, Councillor.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mkhari, are you ready to proceed?
Oh, sorry, my lady, I was muted. I'm ready, my lady.
Okay. You may then proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Good afternoon, Ms. Mahlangu.
Good afternoon, Councillor.
Well, I don't know whether, in our case, whether you'll have to be muting and unmuting, but it looks like the sound seemed to be okay in our communication. So you may not have to be, I think just unmute it and see if it does that echo. On my side, it doesn't do the echo, so it means that you may not have to do that exercise of muting and unmuting. Thank you. Ms. Mahlangu, I am not going to really take much of your time because I'm going to focus on the decision that you say was taken by the PBC. And I am going to ask you questions just to clarify some of the evidence that you have already given. And I will not be repeating those questions that have already been put to you by the previous counsel, especially when, in my view, require no further clarification. As I understood your evidence when you're cross-examined by Mr.
Just before you proceed, is that the only issue that you're going to deal with?
Yes, so my question is to revolve around
all right. Proceed then. Okay.
Thank you, my lady. When you were cross-examined by Mr. Pinar, he asked you a question, and he said he wanted to know from you whether the PBC took the decision that mental health patients should be transferred from Life Esidimeni to government facilities. And your answer was, PBC discusses the principle and does not deal with the details. You remember that evidence?
Yes, Council, that is correct.
And when you are cross-examined by Ms. Hassim, she wanted to find out whether when PBC, for instance, say that terminate the contract, whether that will entail going ahead, even if that is going to compromise the quality of services that are provided by the department. And our response was, in the Gauteng government, when we talk cost containment or cost-cutting measures, we always say that it must not compromise the quality of services that we're providing. And you actually said it should not compromise the quality of services the department offers. Do you also remember that evidence?
Yes, Council, that is correct.
And Ms. Hassim also put a question to you in relation to at what stage did the NGO issue arise? When did you become aware yourself that the mental health patients will be transferred to NGOs instead of government facilities? And your answer was, I only became aware later. You remember that evidence as well?
Yes, Council, I do.
So on this one, I would like you to just go a little further and give us a little bit of detail on it, and tell us, when you say that you became aware later, when exactly was later?
My lady, the context is as following, Council. The exact time, I would not really be accurate, but I'm addressing the principle that the officials would have said in one of the project meetings that the hospitals that were identified in the initial stages, I think around late 2015 or so, would not be ready, with the exception of the few, which will have been some wards in Sterkfontein, some wards in Cullinan, some Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center, some wards in Sterkfontein and Vescopis, which would not have been used. With the exception of those, the rest of the facilities which would have been TMI, I forgot the full name of the TMI, but I vaguely remember that the facility somewhere in Parktown, it was TMI and other facilities. It was indicated that those would take at least more than one financial year to renovate. Therefore, the change of direction to then get the NGOs simply because the department was already doing that work was brought in that discussion. And in addition to that, Council, we also brought in the Department of Infrastructure so that we can be assured that whatever the Department of Infrastructure, which was our delivery, what is the right word? The agent, the department used to deliver infrastructure, would be aware of the times, the time pressures, of the timing, as well as the need for them to have dealt with this matter in line with what was already decided by government.
Yes, no, thank you for that. If I understand what you have just said, what you mean by later is that was later than 26 November 2014. Am I correct?
I think so, Council.
Because as I understand what you're saying, you got informed by the officials that we may need to rope in NGOs because when we look at the government facilities which will house the mental health patients, some of them are still under renovations and some work is still being done. And then they tell you when they are now planning the implementation stage. And that's where now then they are looking at the possibility of also taking these mental health patients to NGOs. Am I capturing correct?
You are capturing me correct, Council. What may or may not really be 100% sure is really the timing, but your understanding is correct. Thank you, Council.
Yes, no, I understand, because you have already given your evidence extensively about the implementation stage and when more or less then that planning started. So one will still be able to locate exactly which period we're talking about, but I don't want to bind you to a date or to a month. So that I perfectly understand. All right. Now, you were taken to some of the provisions of the Constitution by Mr. Pinar. I'm not going to take you there, but just to say that as I understood your evidence, you did not take issue with the fact that as an appointed MEC, you are bound by the provisions of the Constitution, and those are the provisions that you are required to adhere to. So you do not have issue with that. Am I correct?
Yes, Council, I did not.
So I'm only going to just take you to 2 or 3 of them so that when I put further questions to you, I am having a full understanding that you also make a common cause with your duties arising from these provisions. I don't know if you have the Constitution with you. I saw last time that you seemed to have having it. Yes, indeed. Thank you. If you can go to section 125. So this deals with the executive authority of provinces. Subsection 1, the executive authority of a province is vested in the premier of that province. And so that is now all executive authority is with the premier, but understanding that the premier cannot run the province alone, the Constitution then appreciated that. And that's why you have subsection 2 there. Do you see that subsection 2?
Yes, Council.
And then it says the Premier exercises the executive authority together with the other members of the Executive Council. So you will be one of the members of the Executive Council that the Premier has appointed at that relevant time. Am I correct?
That's true, Council.
And the Premier will then, after appointing you as a member of the provincial executive, assign you some duties and responsibilities. Is that so?
That's correct, Council.
And so at the time when the Premier appointed you, the MEC Health, he assigned the duties and responsibilities pertaining to matters of health in the province to you. Am I correct?
That is correct, Council.
So when we turn to section 133, subsection 1, it confirms what you have already confirmed with the questions that I've put to you, that you will then be assigned those executive powers by the Premier. And then section 132, which creates that provincial executive council, and it prescribes that a province should not have less than 5, but not more than 10 members of the executive council. If I'm correct, in Gauteng, you have chosen to have 10 to constitute an executive council. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct, Council.
So now you are responsible for the executive authority of the Department of Health, and that actually you have tried in these proceedings to assist us to understand that authority by giving us the organogram that you presented during your evidence in chief. If you can take that organogram that you presented, it will be page 52348.
Yes, Councillor, I have it in front of me. I have a loose page.
Yes, indeed. So this organogram, at the top there is the MEC, so that is the executive authority, am I right?
Yes, Councillor, that's correct.
And then immediately below you, it will be the HOD, who then becomes the administrative head. Am I correct?
Yes, the accounting officer, Councillor.
Yeah, the accounting officer. On the side there, it says chief of staff, because I mean your evidence in chief, you're saying that it is the MEC, chief of staff, and then HOD, but in truth it is MEC then HOD, because chief of staff is on the side there. You see that?
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor.
Because chief of staff is simply then you are there's somebody that
administrative support. Yes, Councillor.
Yes, indeed, indeed. So the HOD reports direct to you as a MEC, am I right?
Yes, Councillor, that's correct.
And then because
I'm sorry to interject, Councillor. I'm going to request the witness not to talk or speak simultaneously with you, because that is not going to be captured properly. So please allow counsel to say something. If you want to respond, you can do so, even if you agree with him. Ms. Mahlangu, please. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. So the HOD then reports direct to you as an MEC or as an executive authority, and this executive authority has been assigned to you by the Premier. So would I be correct to say that it follows that you in turn report directly to the Premier?
That is accurate, Councillor.
Yes, no, thanks for that. Now in Gauteng, we know that according to the Constitution, the Executive Council, that is referred to in Section 132 of the Constitution, does exist and consists of 10 members, and that the executive authority of Gauteng vests in the Premier together with his members of the Executive Council. Now, how can we locate the PBC? Can we locate the PBC as a formal constitutional structure, or can we locate it as a subcommittee of the Provincial Executive Council? How did you understand it to be yourself?
Councillor, I understood the PBC to be the subcommittee of EXCO, but also I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's derived from the PFMA. And as by way of example, at national level, there's a body called Ministers' Committee on the Budget. And then at the provincial level, then there'll be this PBC, Premier's Budget Committee. If I'm not, I can't remember exactly its origin, but it is one of the subcommittees of the Executive Council, derived its mandate from the Public Finance Management Act, if I'm correct.
Yes, in fact, that is also how I would understand it, that because it is not a standalone constitutional structure, but it is one of those subcommittees that the Provincial Executive Council will be entitled to create in order to facilitate the performance of its functions and duties. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct. That's how I understand it.
Yes, no, thank you then for that. Now, with this proper understanding of the constitutional roles and duties and the parameters within which, as member of the executive in the province, operate, and with the creation of this subcommittee, which is called Premier's Budget Council or Committee, I would like us to now look at how this matter that is before this inquest, the life Esidimeni, presented itself in that committee and how the committee dealt with it. So first, as I understood, you said that this committee, PBC, it concerns itself with matters of budget and cost-cutting measures if there are to be made, or cost containment. Am I correct?
Yes, yes, Councillor.
Now, insofar as the year 2014, we know about 2 meetings in November which are relevant to this inquiry. On your evidence, you say that the first meeting was 13 November 2014. Am I correct?
If that is correct, Councillor.
Of course, I mean, as you correctly pointed out that this was a long time ago, one may not remember the actual dates sometimes, but we do get guidance from the letter that Ms. Barbara Creasy wrote to you, inviting you to the next PBC meeting of 26 November 2014. If you want to refresh your memory about it, you can go to page 32310. It has been referred to you by him, albeit on a different context, but I'm just referring you to it so that we can be able to locate the exact dates of the first PBC meeting of November. 32310.
I am there, Councillor.
Yes, so of course I think you will recall this letter because it was addressed to you. You can see the heading. It says that it's an invitation to the PBC meeting of 26 November 2014, is it?
Yes, Councillor.
So from reading this letter, how we become aware or how we know that there was indeed a prior meeting of PBC is from paragraph 1 of that letter, because it says, "Let me take this opportunity to thank you and your department for the fruitful discussion during the Premier Budget Committee meeting held on the 11th to 13th November 2014. So it seems as if the 1st November 2014 PBC meeting was a 3-day meeting. Am I correct?
Yes, Council, just to say that the 3-day was on the basis that all departments needed to appear before the PBC. And on the 13th, that's the date when health appeared.
Yes, no, absolutely. So I was raising it so that we can clear that issue. And you seem to be correct because, as I understand, PBC being the subcommittee of the PEC, of the Provincial Executive Council, it is not constituted by all members of the Executive Council. Am I right?
No, Council, it is not. If I may add.
Yes, you can add.
I have served in the PBC from Premier Shilowa. There was always 2 MECs, excluding the MEC for finance. So in total, there'll be 3 MEC stars plus the Premier. And I continued to serve in that committee with the other premiers that followed. In 2014, the Premier Makura then appointed chairpersons of EXCO subcommittees, which is social transformation, which I was the chair and convener of. MEC Vadi was the chair and convener of a governance cluster, as MEC Maile was a convener and chair of the economic transformation. So those 3 of us as chairs of the clusters were then invited to be members of the Premier's Budget Committee.
Yes, no, you're absolutely correct. So it is a subcommittee. Its name is speaking for itself. It will have fewer members who come from the PEC, and you say that how you've done it in Gauteng was to identify those chairpersons of the clusters.
That's correct.
And hence, yourself, MEC Maile, and MEC Vadi, you then became members of the PBC. Of course, the MEC Finance will always be there because it is about budget. Am I right?
That is absolutely correct, Councillor.
And then from there, then the Premier will then be chairing. So we can say we talk of about 4 members of the provincial executive plus the Premier, then is 5. Am I right?
That is correct, Councillor.
Yes. And how this committee will sit, it will sit by way of invitation that it extends to those departments that it wants them to make presentations which are financially related, whether budgetary or cost containment or whatever, but financially related. Am I correct?
That is correct, Councillor.
And a particular department, let's look at this PBC meeting, which we are told from this letter that it was from 11 to 13 November. So, for instance, an invitation would be extended, let's say, to the Department of Education and setting out what is it that it must come to present. And it will also mention whether they should come on the 11th, whether they should come on the 12th, or whether they should come on the 13th. Am I correct?
That is correct, Council. If I may say through you, my lady, that invitation to the meeting will also have an outline on what departments must present.
Yes. That's absolutely what I'm saying. So you're absolutely correct. And the invited department will prepare a presentation which it will submit there, and questions will be asked, and after the presentation they will be excused. Am I correct?
The department, may you please repeat your question, Councillor, or your statement?
Yes, let's say I'm again using education as an example. An invitation has been sent to education to attend the PBC meeting on the 11th, not on the 12th, not on the 13th, but on the 11th. And they will make a presentation to the PBC on that date. And that presentation is made through their executive authority, which will be their MEC. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
And if, or once they conclude their presentation and the matter has been discussed, they will then be excused.
They'll be excused, Council, after they've been told what the areas of concerns and the way forward is based on their presentation. For instance, if the PBC feels that the department concern must come back because there was area of weakness in area 1 or 2, largely not complying or responding to the priorities as outlined by the Premier, they'll be sent back to go and look at those, or any other issues that Treasury would not be, would have asked them. They'll be asked to go back and come back. They will be given a date to come back, and that's how the meetings would have. The deliberations on allocation of money, those will happen, yes, outside of the department concerned by amongst the PBC members, which I was part of.
Yes, I think you're correct, because it follows that either when the department is excused, PBC is satisfied with their presentation and they don't have to invite them back, or there are still areas of concern of which they may be told to come back at a later date. I think that follows. Am I right?
That's correct, Councillor.
Yes. So now in this PBC meeting, which took place from 11 to 13 November, we have already said that the Department of Health presented on the 13th of November. Am I right?
That is correct, Councillor.
So it was for that reason that you are calling it the PBC meeting of 13 November.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Yes. And then we now know that your department made a very extensive or detailed presentation consisting of over 100 slides. And that is what I know that you were at pains when you were cross-examined to bring to the attention of this inquest to that presentation. So I am now doing that myself, now giving you that opportunity. You will find it at page 51995.
Councillor, if I may, my lady, I have the hard copy. So what will be the actual page on the presentation?
So what I'll do, no, it's fine, Ms. Matlango. I mean, I'm also using hard copies myself, but mine are paginated with case lines, but you don't have to worry. What I'll do, I'll mention the page number of case line, and then I'll also mention the slide number, because if you look at the presentations, they've got the typed slide numbers. Do you see that?
Yes, Councillor.
So maybe for your benefit, then we can also use the slide numbers, because you seem to be saying that you have the hard copies which are not paginated according to case lines. Am I correct?
Yes, this is my original copy.
The original copy. Yes. So the first page of it, which will be 51995, that is baseline, and it will simply be the first page of it.
I'm sorry to interject, Mr. Mukari. There is a page number. I don't know what this is all about. Dr. Manamela has directed me to page 32310. I don't know what is the reason for this.
No, I don't know what is that, because
yes, but let's continue.
What we're looking at, it should, the first page of it at 51995, it should say Gauteng Department of Health, PBC presentation for health, MEC for health, Ms. Kodani Mahlangu, 13 November 2014. So that should be, that is how the page should read. And I don't know if you have that page, Ms. Mahlangu, as well.
Yes, Council, I have it.
Yes. My lady, did you manage to go to that page?
Yes, I'm there. Continue.
Yes. So that is the beginning of the presentation by the Department of Health on the 13th of November 2014 before the PBC. And you'll see that the presentation by this department, as I say to you, was quite detailed. it ends with the last page, which is written, "Thank you." And you may have a problem there, Ms. Mahlangu, but as long as you go to the last page, because it is not numbered as a slide. On case line, it is 52135.
Yes, I have the thank you slide.
Yeah, the last but one page, that slide is numbered, and it is page 140, or the slide 140, and case line will be 52134. So we can then say that the Department of Health in that meeting presented 140 slides. Do you see that?
Yes, Council, that's correct.
In your evidence in chief, you said that when the Premier came in to office in 2014, because that was the beginning of the term of that administration, elections had just taken place that year. Am I correct?
That is correct, Council.
So the Premier had his program of action, and you said that what he was emphasizing was a radical economic transformation. Remember that?
Yeah, it was a radical economic transformation. It was modernization, and yeah, all of the pillars. There were 10 pillar programs linked to those priorities of provincial government.
Yes. So you'll see that even the presentation by your department focuses on those pillars or on those areas, because if you go to page 51999, that would be before slide 6, you'll see there that there is a cover page which says a radical economic transformation.
Yes, I'm there, Council.
Yes, and when you turn to slide 6 at page 52000, your department now makes a presentation on the role it can play to achieve that ideal or dream of radical economic transformation. And it dedicated quite a number of slides to that pillar or to that topic.
Yes, I'm there, Council.
Yes, if you turn to to slide number 12, for example, and that will be page 52006. And you'll see that it is still under the radical economic transformation, and your department makes its own input as to how it will deal with issues pertaining to tenders. You see that?
Yes, Council, I see that.
And when you turn to slide number 18,
Number?
18, 18. That will be page 52012 on case lines.
Yes, I'm there, Council.
So here then you also make presentation about infrastructure plans for MTEF, revitalization of 5 hospitals continue, and then you also want to make a contribution as to how your department can play a role in respect of the revitalization project of 5 hospitals. And the subsequent slides, you are motivating for that as well. So this now is a different topic altogether as well. Do you see that?
Yes, we still have to look at the infrastructure plan for CHCs and all of that.
Yes.
Yes, and the district hospitals.
Yes.
Yes, Council.
And when you go to slide 33, That will be page 52027. The cover page will be at 52026. Accelerate social transformation. And this also, you dedicated quite a lot of effort and time to it, dealing with it in quite a number of slides. So are you in slide number 33?
Yes, I am there, Councillor.
So you can see that now you're dealing with social transformation, and you deal with it quite in detail. And until when you deal also with modernization, you also told us that it was one of the pillars that the Premier wanted departments to also contribute their effort and energy to it. You will see that it is dealt with at slide 73. So 73, 77, then is modernization. It's one of those pillars which were earmarked by the Premier when he came into office in 2014.
Yes, I'm there, Councillor.
So you see that, so that also you did give some attention to it. Then when you turn the page, you now also deal with budget now as well, 2014-2015 budget, and that will be page 52069. And if you turn to slide, that will be slide number 76. 52070.
Yes, I have the slide, my lady.
Yes, so you see on that slide 76, you deal with budget comparison. The total budget for 2014-2015 financial year amounts to 31.5 billion, compared with 27.9 billion of 2013-2014 main budget. And of course, then you show how it is composed of at the bottom. So do you see that?
Yes, Councillor, I see that.
So what the department does tell us on this slide is that the budget for 2014-2015 has increased as compared to the budget of the previous year. Do you see that?
Yes, Councillor, I do.
And then, of course, you dedicate some detail on that from slide 77. And you do all that, then I don't have to take you through those details. But if I take you to the next slide, will be slide 83, page 52077. And there now, as the department, you are dedicating yourselves now to cost containment. And the case line will be 52076. That is a cover page for cost containment. But the slides that deal with cost containment start at slide number 83. Are you on slide 83?
Yes, I am, my lady.
So if you look at
the page number,
it will be page 52077.
Okay. You may proceed.
Yes. So now on slide 83, you seem to, as a department, zoom into the top 20 cost drivers, and you have listed them there. You can see there, starting from medical lab NHLS to ANSO medical waste realm. But anyway, then you also show us the budget, total expenditure, the variance and the spend. But this, according to the Department of Health, these are the top 20 cost drivers. Do you see that?
Yes, Councillor, I do.
But of course, as you have already said in your evidence, that in this PPC meeting of 13 November 2014, the life Esidimeni contract did not arise. You can see that it does not appear here as one of the top 20 cost drivers. Do you see that?
Yes, Councillor, I do.
Then when you turn to the next one, so you're still dedicating the subsequent slides up to slide 88, then to cost containment, that is fine. And slide 89, then you deal with budget adjustments. And slide 89 will be page 52083. So of course, budget adjustments, it has to do with shifting things around, am I right?
Yes, Councillor. Or if there is money in the provincial kitty, that money is given to other departments who might not have spent. Or if in the department there's a program that doesn't spend money, you take money from that program, you give it to another program.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So because you are just moving things around so that you make things work. Yes. Then if you go to slide 96, that will be page 52090. So here you dedicate this one to programs and projects. And that's where you talk about the building of new hospitals. But otherwise, then, I mean, it is about projects, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And the next slide of page 52091 is revenue. Do you see that one?
Yes, Councillor.
Slide 98, which is page 52092. You deal as a department with maximization of own revenue trend. So that's how you are. So this is your own contribution that you want to make.
If I may say, Councillor, that this is money that will be the fees that will be charged for patients that come to the state hospitals or parking and all of that. That's how health contributed to the revenue from these items.
Oh, I see. I see. Thank you for that. And when you turn to slide 115, that will be page 52109. So here you dedicate it to funding of personnel budget. Will this be now for employees or what?
Let me just go to the slide, Councillor. My apologies.
115.
Yes, Council, this will be the employees of the Department of Health filling of a vacant post and also addressing the issues that have been raised in the different other audit outcomes or by Treasury or any other government body would have raised concern relating to our HR.
Yes, no, you're correct. And then the bullet points on that slide speak to exactly what you have just said.
May I just request for a 5 minutes break? I have a headache. Can I just, if possible?
I don't think. Do you have a problem, Mr. Mokari?
No, there's no problem. I think we can even give the witness maybe 10 minutes. It's 5 to now. We can resume 3.
Okay. Please don't forget the oath that we've taken. You can go.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Are you ready, Ms. Mahlangu?
Yes, my lady, we can proceed.
You are reminded that you're still under oath. You may proceed, Mr. Mkhat.
Thank you, my lady. So if you go to slide 121, that will be 52115 on case lines. So there you seem to be dealing with HR matters. It's just a one-page slide, so nothing much tense on that. What I want to refer you in particular is the next one, which is risks. You see that it's a cover page, which is written risks, page 52116. But on your side, it will not be numbered because it is not a slide. The slide pertaining to the risks, you'll find it on the next slide, 123. If you go to 123, that will be page 52117. You see that?
Yes, Councillor, I'm there. Where it starts with funding.
Indeed.
Litigation, NHS. Yes. Okay, I'm there, Councillor.
That is funding, litigation, NHLS, blood, Nelson Mandela Clinic, hospital. So those are the risks that you have identified. The next slide, 124, you're dealing with the key challenges.
Yes, I am there, sir.
Yes, you see that slide 124?
Yes, Councillor, I'm there.
Yes, so there you're dealing with key challenges.
What is the page number now?
Page 52118 on case lines.
Okay, I'm there. Yes.
And you see the key challenges that you identify there: staffing, inadequate and dilapidated infrastructure, prolonged waiting times, medical equipment, patient records and systems, EMS. So those are the key challenges that you have identified on that slide. You see that?
Yes, Councillor, I do.
When we turn to the next slide, will be about health development indicators. That will be slide 126. Go to slide 126. Page 52120. And so there you're simply dealing with health development indicators, nothing really of interest that I want to draw your attention to until when you find the last page. So all the remaining slides up to slide 140, they are dedicated to health development indicators. And the following page is end of the presentation that you made, because it ends with thank you. Do you see that?
Yes, Councillor, I'm there.
Yes. So I've now given you the opportunity to go through this detailed presentation, which was made by the Department of Health at the PBC meeting of 18 November 2014. And it seems this presentation does confirm what you said in your evidence, that at that meeting, there was no mention of life Esidimeni contract. Am I correct?
Yes, Councillor, you are.
So what I understood your evidence then to be saying, to explain why this department returned to the same PBC within a fortnight period. Your evidence was that it is because the PBC said that We are not satisfied with the cost containment measures that you have put or which you have proposed. We want you to go back and look for other things which the department can do to ensure that it achieves the goal of the provincial government of saving costs. Am I capturing it correctly?
You are correct, Councillor.
Yes. So then I would be correct so that we remove this confusion, because there may be a confusion as to exactly what happened when you left that meeting of PBC on the 13th of November and returning on the 26th of November. So do I understand your evidence correctly that the PBC on the 13th, after you have completed the presentation, did not identify life Esidimeni contract as a problem? Am I right?
If I may just say through you, Councillor, in answering your question, I don't know whether to be okay.
Yes, I can.
So how the process works, the officials and the MEC are said to go back and address the issues, the concerns of the PBC. Then the officials go back to the department and they go and do the work to look for programs, for things that will help the department to respond to the concerns of the PBC. Then the HOD, together with the senior officials, they went back to the department after the PBC. And then when we were then given the next opportunity to go to the PBC, the presentation that is there on the 26th, that's the presentation that was made after that iterative, that the conversation between a PBC and the health, and of course in between there'll be officials talking to Treasury now and again.
Yes, no, I mean, I understand you quite well there. And what you've just said, it supports exactly what you said when you answered the question of Mr. Pinar. PBC discusses the principle. PBC does not instruct anybody, so it will discuss the principle. So it sends you back, but it never prescribes to you. So you will then, it's your duty as a department to go identify those items that you think, in your view, will help achieve the goals that are set by the government. Am I right?
That is correct, Councillor.
Yes. So you then return, and we know how you return on the 26th. How you return, we are assisted by this letter that I've referred you to. At page 32310, which is the former MEC Barbara Creasy to you as MEC of Health, inviting you to the meeting of 26 November 2014, and also identifying the areas that the department must deal with. I've read already that first paragraph insofar as it relates to the meeting of 11 to 13 November. Then let me read the last part of it. Subsequent to that meeting, it was decided that your department should come back to PBC with a feedback on the following. So far you can see that this letter confirms what you have said, that you were called back. So it confirms that you were there before, you left, and you're called back. Did you see that?
Yes, Councillor.
And then it says that you must provide feedback on the following. Bullet 1, health and GPT. What is GPT?
The Gauteng Provincial Treasurer.
So health and Gauteng Provincial Treasury to provide a progress report on the intervention and indicate what is outstanding, which still needs to be done. Did you understand what MEC Finance was requesting the department to do here?
If I may answer, Council, through you, my lady, the court has records through my counsel when I started, my chief evidence, that MEC Chrissy Load wrote me a letter on the 14th of August 2014, raising issues of concern relating to the audit outcomes of the Department of Health. And that was informed by the fact that some of the things I've said before this court, that the department was under Section 18 G of the PFMA. So this bullet 1 is simply saying that based on the letter that the MEC wrote to me, that the Department of Health was pulling down the entire province about the audit outcomes, the work that the Department of Health must do together with Treasury, that we must report about those matters in this PBC, about the state of finances and what is the department doing about the audit outcomes.
Okay, I see. I will come to the audit outcomes, but when I look at this bullet 1, it requires both the department and Treasury, Provincial Treasury, to provide a progress report. I assume, and you'll tell me if I'm wrong, that at the time when you received the letter, bullet 1 did not surprise you, that you are now required to provide a progress report.
It did not surprise me, Council, because when I was deployed in the Department of Health, the department was already under Section 18 of the PFMA. Therefore, this bullet is simply saying that based or in addition to the letter MEC sent to me on the 14th of August 2014, and now that we are busy with the budget processes, we must account as to what work has been done up to then relating to issues of the audit. This is about issues of the audit and all the challenges that the Auditor General would have raised with the Department of Health and the poor state of finances, which the Premier and both MEC have spoken on different platforms about the challenges that were there in the Department of Health.
Yes, so in short, in simple terms, you understood it to be saying that provide PBC with progress report of measures that you have put in place in order to get the department out of administration. You said it was a Section 18 administration.
Yes, Council.
Yes. So when you look at bullet 2, it says the department should demonstrate the decision being taken on their budget and share the quantification of their cost containment. This also, at the time when you received the letter, did not seem ambiguous to you. Because, so, because it was clear to you, what did you understand it to be requiring the department to do?
I'm not a technocrat, and I will try to answer to the extent I know in my political responsibility. What the letter required the department to do was to identify areas which will help the department to comply and to respond to the Auditor General, including the cost containment, and give amounts, quantification means give amounts of the possible cost saving that will be attached to each and every item that the department would identify. That's how my interpretation was at the time, and it remains today.
Yes. And then in respect of the last bullet 3, the department should demonstrate clearly areas where they would direct resources if there were additional resources. Did you understand this to mean that the possibility of additional resources made available was always there?
Yes, the possibility of additional resources was always there, but the quantum was always an issue.
Yes.
The department will ask for as an example, have a wish list of 5 billion, maybe we'll come back with 1 billion. Just the quantum was always an issue based on the limited availability of resources, which must serve the entire province as a whole from one packet of resources.
Yes, no, you're absolutely correct, because there is nothing called unlimited resources. You go to Treasury, you want so much, and Treasury will say, I can give you so much. It happens all the time, not so much. Agreed,
my lady.
So we know that you did go back to the PBC on 26 November, and you made a presentation. I'm going to take you to the one that you attached to your warning statement. It will make it easy, because I think it's the one that you have in hard copy there. Am I correct? It will be QDM1, page 1692.
Okay, I've got the presentation, Council.
Yes. So at the when you were asked questions by Ms. Hassim, there was a bit of a confusion as to whether this is a complete presentation, but you since clarified in your evidence that it is a complete presentation consisting of 20 slides. Am I right? The slides numbering is at the bottom. The last one you'll see it is slide 20 at page 1711 with the end questions and answers. You see that?
Yes, Council, I see that.
Yes. So this is a complete presentation made by the department on 26 November 2014 to PBC on cost containment and revenue enhancement measures. Am I correct?
Yes, Council.
So let us look at this presentation. If you turn to page 1693.
Which on the slide is page?
It will be slide 2.
Okay, Council.
So we can see that under the content, you have identified 4 areas: cost containment, revenue, budget, and priority areas. If additional money is available, you see that?
Yes, Council.
And you remember the letter from Barbara Creasy. It also wanted you to address this last one of priority areas if additional money is available, and you are also addressing it in your presentation. Do you see that?
Yes, that's the format given to departments to follow.
To follow, okay. That's fine. So let's look at the next slide. Well, it will be the cover page of it, cost containment, page 1694. But the slide that deals with that is slide 4, page 1695. Are you there?
Yes, Council, I'm there.
So you say yourself, on your evidence, you say that we as the department attended the PBC meeting on 13 November 2014. We made a very detailed presentation, but we were sent back to look at what more can we do. And now we're coming back, and you are saying to PBC, these are the cost containment measures that we are taking. And if you look at your slides, from slide 4 to slide 8. That is what you are presenting to PBC as cost containment savings or measures. You see that?
Yes, Councillor.
In your evidence, you did say that as a department, you went back and you identified 13 or 14 items or areas which can be looked at in order to save some money for the government. But because they are all here, we can count them so that we don't have to speculate about how many are there. So you've got, starting with litigation there, you've got 1, Sandy Park 2, Alexander is 3, Life Esidimeni is 4, Vodacom is 5, Telkom is 6, Security is 7, Managed long incapacity leave is 8, NHLS is 9, laundry services is 10, road accident fund is 11, stationery is 12. So it is 12 of them. You see that?
Yes, Councillor.
So these are the 12 which were identified by the department, and you can see on each of them you are providing. Let's go back to slide 4 at page 1695. You can see there that litigation against the department, and you've got a column which deals with intervention, potential savings, risks, effort versus impact. Do you see that?
Yes, Councillor.
Then let's not concern ourselves with other items, but let us go straight to the one at issue, which is Life Esidimeni, because we do know that your presentation of 26 November 2014 did have that item. You'll find it at slide 6, page 1697. Are you there?
Slide what?
Slide 6.
Oh, this is the cost containment, Councillor.
Yes, still under cost containment savings.
I'm there, Councillor.
Yes. So you see at the top there it says item Life Esidimeni. Do you see that?
Yes, Councillor, I see it.
Now let us deal with it. Intervention. The department has presented the following to PBC. Inward-looking savings. Final notice to be issued in December to begin the termination of the use of beds starting 2015. Do you see that?
Yes, yes, Councillor.
Final notice to be issued in December to begin the termination of the use of beds starting 2015. So this is what the department wanted to do. It wanted to start to the termination of the use of beds starting 2015. Now, I just want us to pause here a bit because so that we can remove all the confusion. Now, as I understand your evidence is that at this relevant time, and I'm going to make it broader and say 2014, I'm not confining it to November. So at this relevant time, 2014, there was a national mental health framework policy that was put in place. They call it 2013 to 2020. Well, this policy applied squarely to health. So I can assume that the departmental officials knew about this policy. Am I correct?
Yes, Councillor.
And then they also knew what was the purpose that sought to be served by this policy, that it is deinstitutionalization over a period of 5 years. Am I correct?
Yes, Councillor.
Now, I cannot imagine, and you must tell me if they must tell me if I'm wrong, because I may not know how department officials think when they do things. What I assume is that when the department wrote this on slide 6, that final notice to be issued in December to begin the termination of the use of beds starting 2015, they had in mind the National Mental Health Framework Policy. They would have been wrong to think that way.
Council, honestly, I wouldn't comment on that because the budget section, which is led by the CFO and the Mental Health Directorate, I don't know how they interface in this, but my assumption is you would be correct because whatever the budget implication or information related to the budget is drawn from the different units of the department and then for be communicated to the CFO's office, who had a huge team working under him.
Yes. So let's put them aside. Let's put the officials aside and now look at you now. You are the one who made this presentation because how you told us how this is done at PBC is that you as a member of PBC, you sit at the front with other PBC members, but when it is time for your department to make the presentation, you move from the front and you sit with your officials and you are the one who does the presentation. Am I correct?
Yes, with the information provided to me, yes.
Yes, of course. I mean, at the time when, remember, at the time when you make the presentation to PBC, the information that you say is provided to you is now in black and white. So you have slides. Then I can even assume that you are using modern boardrooms where you even beam the slides on the screen. Am I right?
Yes, the boardroom was fitted with all of that, including the recording facility.
Yes. So then, but the issue is that when you do the presentation through the slides, you'll even beam it there so that they can even see what you're talking about. Am I correct?
That's correct, Council.
Yes. So now, I'm talking about the time when you are now beaming slide 6 on the screen for everybody to see. You then read this part. You say, final notice to be issued in December to begin the termination of the use of beds starting 2015. So I'm saying that, am I wrong or will I be wrong to assume that in your mind you had the National Mental Health Framework Policy, which requires that deinstitutionalization should commence and should take place over a period of 5 years. So that is what you had in mind, am I right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. Then let's now come to potential savings. So when it comes to potential savings, it says 20% of 251 million per annum currently paid to Life Esidimeni. The original contract was signed with the National Department of Health on 1 August 1979, and the department is projecting in rands and cents savings of 50.2 million rands. Do you see that?
Yes, Councillor.
And will I be correct to say that the department makes a presentation to PBC in a manner that PBC can understand so that it can make sense? And will I be correct that I must not read this part that I've just read under potential savings in isolation from the one that we have read earlier under intervention, final notice? So one has to read them together in order to make sense of them. Am I right?
Councillor, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know exactly, but if I can may just like say that.
Okay, let me put it differently so it doesn't confuse you. We've read under intervention. We now know final notice to be given in December to begin the termination of the use of beds starting 2015. So all I wanted to know is that whether must I read this that I've just read about final notice in isolation from potential savings, or whether must I read them together? Whether must I read them together in order for me to understand them? That's all what I want to know. If you say that I can still understand them when I read them in isolation, it's fine.
Councillor, I really don't know how to answer.
Okay, it's fine. Okay,
may I say the following?
All right.
In doing this presentation, at the back of our minds, or when we went to that meeting, remember, we went to the meeting, the first meeting, and these issues that we are presenting here, which some of them related to patient care, were not part of that. And we're going to that meeting having been asked to go and look for contract or items that can help the department to save money. Over and above that, items that are also giving a consistent consent are being raised by the Auditor General on a consistent basis. So going to this presentation, we are dealing with some of those issues.
Yes, no, I mean, I follow your evidence very well then. That is why you did come back on 26 November with slide number 6. You see, then that's the one that we're looking at. So you did come back with slide number 6. And in that slide, you said to the PBC that we'll give final notice to Life Esidimeni, terminating the beds starting from 2015. And you said that because you said you must identify areas where there will be savings, then you say to PBC, this will save 20% per annum of the 251 million rands that we're paying to Life Esidimeni per annum. That's what you're saying to them, am I right?
Correct.
Yes. Then let's look at the risks now. So you don't just tell them about the savings because you are also rendering a service and you are aware that you're rendering a service. So you also want to tell them about the risks. And let's see what is it that you say to them about the risks. That departmental institutions may not have adequate capacity to absorb patients from Life Esidimeni facilities. So departmental institutions, you are referring to hospitals, clinics, health facilities that fall under government, am I right?
That is correct, Councillor.
So you are saying to PBC on the 26th that, of course, there are risks in the sense that the departmental institutions may not be able to absorb all of them. And I think that was fair because you were before PBC on the 13th, and in 2 weeks' time, you are back to PBC, and you have not even done investigation as to how many beds are available in government institutions. You don't even know whether these beds will be able to absorb all these mental health patients. Is that a fair assessment?
No, that is correct, Councillor.
Yes. So once you have this idea that we can save money if we target this life Esidimeni contract within the National Mental Health Framework Policy, we can start saving some money at the range of 20% per year incrementally. That was the thinking. I have no doubt about that. Am I correct?
Yes, Councillor.
So now,
because if I may add, Councillor, remember the department when I arrived, I think they were already doing that work into I think the 20% reduction, as well as the mental health, community NGO. So that work was already proceeding even before my arrival to the Department of Health.
Yes, in fact, then that even makes my assessment even stronger. So what we are saying is that we want to continue with this trajectory of the 20% reduction incrementally until when we close down, or until when we have taken the last patient out of life Esidimeni. Am I right?
Yes, Council, and may I have a rider? And yes, you may be talking time in period. This is 2014. If I may take you further to 2015, I don't know whether you're going to get there. I think there was an indication in one meeting, and I think in some of the court documents, this information exists that Life was not meeting, Life Esidimeni, my apology, was not even meeting that 20% reduction, or they were struggling to meet the 20% reduction when the department asked them to do so. So yeah, that I thought it's important to add that work.
Okay, I see. Yes, so now back to the risks. So now what we see there is that as the Department of Health, PBC, we can't tell you if the government institutions will be able to absorb all patients from Life Esidimeni, because we have not yet established that as a matter of fact. So that's really the message that is put across to PBC. Am I correct?
Yes, Council also ever made a rider. Remember when the department looks at risks and the impact versus effort, and the official then will go back and do the work, as I was saying, to advocate Hasim, that in every presentation, you also, even in the presentation you took us through of November 13, it will identify the risk. Sometimes if they're required to be quantified, it will quantify them. Sometimes they'll be mentioned so that those who are implementers will bear at the back of their minds, will be aware that these risks identified here must be looked into when you're implementing this government decision.
Yes, of course. I mean, it is reasonable the way I say it, because I could not imagine a situation where you will go to PBC and lie to the PBC and say that we have got enough beds in institutions, in government institutions, which will absorb all these people. But what you do communicate to them is that we will be taking them to government institutions. What we are not yet certain about is whether these institutions will be able to absorb all of them. So that's really what you're saying. Am I correct?
That is correct, Councillor.
Yes. So it follows that if you deal with bureaucrats who know what they are doing, what they've been paid for, that they are paid for what is worth, they will then, after this meeting, PBC meeting of 26 November, go back again. Remember that you were sent back on your evidence. You were sent back on the 13th of November, 26th November. You come back, but you have identified other items. Life Esidimeni is one of them. You tell the PBC what is it that you propose to do with Life Esidimeni, but what you still do not know is whether government institutions will be able to absorb all of them. So you'll then have to go back now and now find out whether then they will do that. Am I right?
That is correct, Councillor.
Yes. So will I be correct that that is solely the function of the department of finding out whether government institutions can absorb all of them, and you will not even have to come back to PBC if government institutions can accommodate them. But if government institutions can accommodate them, you'll then come back and report back to PBC. Am I right?
The function of the post the PBC discussion, the officials are expected to go back and implement government decisions. Where there are challenges, they'll say, okay, there are not enough beds, this is a route we're taking. And if, as a political head, I see that the issues they're presenting to me warrants that I go back to the Executive Council led by the Premier, I will definitely do so, Advocate Mokari.
Yes, no, you're absolutely correct. So now,
just to interject. So the answer is yes, Miss I'm sorry, Miss Mahlangu.
Yes, my lady, the answer is yes, that if the information that is that we shared with the PBC, the things, developments have changed, I would go back to the Executive Council Subcommittee and say this is what things have changed, and therefore, but if I'm given assurance that things are okay, the department can handle, I see no reason why I should worry about the Premier who's overseeing 14 departments and the public entities in the province.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, we are on the same page. Then we're on the same page because that's how one will expect how things should happen, even if we're not there ourselves. So, so now you are going to now look at whether you've got enough beds. What PBC knows, at the moment you finished your presentation as a department at PBC, you left the PBC with the impression that you are going to have a 20% incremental reduction of beds, and you are still going to check whether that number is going to be covered or absorbed in government institutions. So that we're still going to establish. Am I correct?
Council, that's why I honestly wish to see the minutes or the recordings of that meeting, as you correctly stated, that the boardrooms of government, I know it was renovated, there was a facility to record. To look at the decisions of that meeting, in my memory serves me well, and I was with a lot of other officials from the department, senior hospital, CEOs, Dr. Kinoshi, amongst others, Dr. Masego, who were present in the meeting. We left the meeting, or at least I left the meeting, knowing that the PBC has given the Department of Health the permission to go ahead to terminate the contract. All others reflected the ones that are relating to patient care in particular. The 20% thing was already, the department was already doing that. Whilst you are in the process of concluding, when I left the meeting, my impression and my understanding that the decision of that meeting was that we terminate the contract.
Ms. Mahlangu, I mean, I really appreciate that you say that the minutes and so on, but I can tell you that I'm not even at the minutes because I don't even see the relevance of the minutes. I'm looking at your own presentation. I'm not going outside your own presentation, unless if you say that we came with this presentation and PBC made a different decision. But that is not your evidence, remember.
Council, I stand
just before you respond, Ms. Mahlangu, the way I understand what has been put to you, I think the issue of the whether the decision with regard to the termination was passed on that day has not yet arisen from what has been put to you. That's how I understand it. But now you've already gone to that extent, and that is not what you are being asked. If you can just rephrase, Mr. Mukhan, because the way she's answering, then she's already jumped the gun. If I
yes, indeed,
I may.
indeed.
Yes.
So,
because what you want to put forth is that on the day in question of the 26th, the impression that was left at the meeting was to say that you are going out to do X and Z, right? And if what you are requested to do is going to change, then you needed to come back to report to say, for these specific reasons, we couldn't do that. And therefore, we are asking for an indulgence, or we feel that other things could be done. That's how, as far as I can put it.
Absolutely. And she understood that, and she agreed with that proposition.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
she agreed with that
But
proposition.
now I'm getting confused now she already talks about the decision to terminate, because now she's saying she left the meeting on the assumption that the decision was taken and had to be implemented.
And we're not yet there yet.
That is my question, and that is my worry then.
Yes. So remember, Ms. Matlangu, I mean, because I don't want you to be confused. So that's why I try my best to ask you questions in sequence. Because sequence sometimes helps, and especially when things have taken place a long time ago. So at the moment, we are still at the PVC meeting, 26 November 2014, and you have just concluded your presentation. So that's where I am.
Correct.
Are we clear, Ms. Matlangu?
I understand you, Councillor.
Yes. So now you are now leaving the meeting. You are leaving the meeting with some homework to do. And I'm not talking about minutes or anything else. I'm talking about your own. You must stay on slide 6. Don't move away from slide 6. So just looking at your own slide 6, and based on what you have said to us, you are now going away, but you've got some homework to do. And that homework is you are now going to establish whether the government institutions will be able to absorb this 20% incremental thing of the number of patients that are going to be taken from life Esidimeni. So let's give an example. Maybe you say we want to take 300 from the beginning of 2015. You are now going to check now. Are we going to have state institutions which will be able to accommodate them? If you have them, it's fine. Then you don't have to come back. But if you don't have them, you are going to come back to BBC and say that, unfortunately, we don't have that. Is that the correct assessment of how it happened?
I am not following Council, and I wish to reiterate my answer to that. When I left the meeting with the decision to terminate. That's why the department embarked on the process that the HOD had to embark upon. I do not have any other answer to give other than that.
So you can't, so you can't take it beyond that.
No, I cannot, Council.
Yes, no, then I do understand. But you have agreed with me that when you were making this presentation to PBC, slide 6, at the back of your mind, you were implementing the National Mental Health Framework Policy 2013-2020. That you had in the back of your mind, not so?
That's correct, Council. And the reading on this slide, it says final notice to be issued.
So fine. I mean, it is okay, but I'm just now on the policy.
Yes, I'm with you. I'm with you, Council.
I've shown you the relevant provisions of the Constitution. Actually, let's go to this one so that we can close it. Then let's go back to the Constitution quickly. Section 130, section 125, section 125, so that we can close this issue. Executive Authority of Provinces, you see that? Section 125.
I'm there, Council.
Yes, so I'm just directing you to paragraph D.
Paragraph
D, 125, subsection 2, paragraph small letter D. Do you see that one?
Yes, Council.
Developing and implementing provincial policy. Okay.
Yes, Council.
And we know that implementing provincial policy implicitly also means implementing national policy to the extent that it is applicable to the province. Am I right?
Yes, Council.
Yes. So there was a policy on mental health deinstitutionalization. I could not imagine a situation where such an experienced MEC like yourself will go to GBC and make a presentation that contradicts government policy. Am I right?
No, I couldn't.
Exactly. So that's why then I am with you when you say that when I made this presentation, I was at the back of my mind implementing the national mental health policy framework.
Okay, thank you, Council. I think I also need to say something. When the Constitution enjoins me to say I must develop and implement provincial and national policy, it does not necessarily mean that Edani will be the person on the ground implementing this thing. And I'm already on record, and I think I want to repeat this, that I do not disown the government decision in relating to this matter. What the issue I've raised here a couple of times, and I wish to repeat again, that implementation went wrong. And I am not the implementer of government policy. I oversee implementation. The implementation is done through the people who are at the coal face of delivery, not at the political level.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, you can be rest assured, insofar as I am concerned myself, when I say implementing policy, I don't understand it that I say that Dani Mahlangu must then get into overalls and start doing the work. I understand the level where you are. I understand that you give direction. So implementation, I'm saying it in that context, insofar as the question that I'm putting to you myself. Okay.
Thank you, Council.
Yes. So this policy is to be implemented, but how it has to be implemented, it will start with a decision that gives effect to it. You are here to PBC, you are saying that we now want to implement this government policy, and this is how we want to do it. And when I look at this presentation, slide 6, it well accords with how the national mental health framework policy is to be implemented. So you are right within it here. You're not outside it here. So why should we be concerned about this presentation at slide 6, Ms. Mahlangu?
Council, I didn't say I'm concerned about the slide. I am saying that going to leaving that meeting, my impression and the way I understood the decision of the committee was that the department is being given permission to go and terminate, looking at all the issues that the risk and significant or whatever the magnitude of those risks, that they go ahead and deal with those issues. That's how I understood the decision, Council.
Yes,
the interpretation of the meeting.
Yes, Ms. Mahlangu. I mean, remember that in 2014, you're already a very experienced MEC. There is no way in which you could have understood that you are enjoined to terminate the contract and remove all the patients from Life Esidimeni when you have not yet done the homework of whether they are based in state institutions. It's never going to happen. I mean, you can't even tell us that. That is not what you thought.
I have no comment, Council, and I disagree with Council, because if you look at this presentation,
And just before you proceed, I don't understand. You say you don't have any comment and then you say you disagree.
I disagree with Council's statement, and I'd like to elaborate my.
Okay, continue.
If you look at this presentation in its totality, and I know we're zooming into one aspect. The total.
Are we talking about slide 6?
I'm talking about the other slide that deals with the patient care.
We're not only talking about slide 6.
Chair, Madam Lady, my lady.
I want to understand you. I'm sorry to interject, but I want to understand you because I thought Council was referring to slide 6, but then you are talking about the whole presentation of the 2 dates or of only the 26th. If you can assist me.
My lady, I wish to talk to slide number 5 as well.
Okay.
Because the slide number 5, slide preceding to this presentation, also talks about patient care. The relevant relevance of these these 3 contracts or these services directly affected the patients. They all had to do with issues relating to the Auditor General and the overspending, therefore, or not supply or complying with the supply chain processes. And it's important to look at these issues in context, in a proper context of all of those.
Okay, continue. Is that the answer?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, Mr. Mukhari?
Yes. And Ms. Mahlangu, as I've told you, I was not there myself. I'm only relying on your own slide 6, which you presented to PBC. So that's all what I can rely on. So if you disagree with it, you say, I disagree with it. What I see from this slide is that as the department, you have mentioned the things that you say are potential savings insofar as life Esidimeni is concerned, and the things that you think are risks. That's what you're mentioning here. Am I correct?
It is correct, Council, but I'm disagreeing with you when you said, yet I'm not disagreeing with the presentation that I made on behalf of the Department of Health. Information compiled by the official. I'm disagreeing with you on the decision of the meeting. And that is a point I'll continue to say till I die, if needed.
Well, but I mean, remember that mentioning the decision many times doesn't mean that that is correct, because I'm not yet at the decision myself. I'm not yet there. Then we're still going to come there. What you are saying yourself, you're mentioning that there was the Auditor General and so on. Those are the things that you're telling us, but I'm looking at the presentation myself. I don't see anywhere in the presentation where you're mentioning then the Auditor General.
But Council, you're taking this out of context. All of these things must be read together. I spoke about MEC Chris's letter saying the department is drawing the provincial government down on not achieving clean audit report and the budget pressures and the fact that the Department of Health was under Section 18. You cannot look at these issues in isolation. I think you are incorrect, Council.
All right. The Auditor General, insofar as it relates to life Esidimeni, that is slide 6. Do you see any reference to Auditor General's negative comments or findings insofar as it relates to life Esidimeni contract as a presentation that you made?
Those comments will not be in this presentation, Council. At the back of our mind, may I please, my lady, through you, Mrs. Chris's letter must be brought to, on this presentation, because we were responding to the broader issues. Yes, the specific issues we must respond to are these. The first bullet point that they written in the MEC's letter, it says we must respond to the issues raised that the plan of progress made by the Department of Health and the Provincial Treasury relating to the concerns why the department was put under Section 18A. You cannot, these issues are not mutually exclusive. All of them, they relate to the totality of the state of finance of the Department of Health. And I don't know how many times, and I'm going to say this because my answer remains the same at the arbitration. It remains true today. It will remain like that tomorrow.
So the answer remains the same, that the Auditor General negative findings was at the back of your mind, not in the presentation. That's what you're saying.
Yes, the letter of MEC Chris is saying, may I please cancel through you, through my counsel, the letter of MEC Chris be beamed on record so that it's read verbatim of exactly what he says.
I'm not interested in that letter. I'm just saying myself that your evidence is that you accept that you have not in your presentation slide 6 mentioned the Auditor General's negative findings as the reason, but you say that was at the back of your mind.
Yes, Counsel, it was at the back of my mind because the fact that we were even asked to put a plan in place to make sure that the department moves away from the negative audit findings from the Auditor General of having contracts that are not subjected to supply chain, not in line with the new constitution, nor with the PFMA.
Thank you, my lady. I see it's already 4 o'clock and maybe it may be an opportune time to adjourn.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Mahlangu, you are reminded that you're still under oath. Where is she?
I can see her.
I'm here, Counsel.
Okay.
She's very clear.
No, that's fine. You are reminded that you are still under oath, and therefore we will continue with your cross-examination tomorrow morning. The court will adjourn until tomorrow is the 6th of May, 2023. Thank you.
Sorry,
the 9th.
Oh, the 9th. Oh.
The 9th of May.
9th of May. Apologies. Tomorrow, the matter is adjourned to tomorrow, the 9th of May, 2023. Thank you.
As your ladyship pleases.
While
May
she
it please the
continues
court,
with
my
the
lady?
cross-examination.
There's a court, please, my lady.